Transition. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I see you. Welcome to the English cast of the Grand Final of the Exalts Championship. I don't know if you hear me loud, too loud, not loud enough. I don't know if you will hear our co-caster today. So welcome to QV.
Hello. I don't know if you can. Oh wait, I'm too loud.
Well, I I have a I don't know how to say it, but you're not so loud anymore.
Wait, let
Uh,
me try.
try to speak again.
Yeah, sounds good now.
Okay, perfect. I sent you your sound a little down, so we'll be casting for the last game of the tournament of the whole tournament. How do you feel about it?
Feel great. There is Waru on both sides.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Who do you think the winner will be?
Um,
When we see what happened in the last match,
I
that
think the last match was not like a good representation. I think Izhuark did actually low roll pretty hard. Like no Robin at all. Pretty bad hands in general. But I do think it's gonna be closer than last time. I think. I think it's my prediction is probably like 3-2 or 3-1.
okay, I hope so, because if Skycrier again through his opponents, it's gonna be a short night. so um, so yeah, for sure. Maybe we can look a bit about deck lists. So um, the players' deck lists. Hop. Let me do that. Let me do.
Okay, I'm back.
Up. I'm just. It's my first time actually having the stream on my hand, so I hope you won't be too hard on me. Here they are. Up lane.
Nice.
So
So this is the FNS deck list.
yep. So you can see on top that there are each player's deck list, starting with Skycrier and going to Izhuark. So I count on you just to look at the actual stream. I don't know when it will start,
Yeah.
but yes. So so yeah, what do you think about those matchups? Like maybe we can start by seeing the heroes. So we will see the picks of both players when the match will start. But we can already say that both players have one hero in common. It's the infamous Waru. But the other two are very different. So one side plays a lot of Axiom with Trace and Subash, and the other plays more spicy things with Bazira and Afanas. And how do you feel about it?
I like the lists.
Which one do you prefer?
I mean, I think I like Skycrier's lists in general. I think the FNS one is really cool. I like the ratios, most of them. I think intimidation. I like the double banish and get singular Kraken. I think it's interesting. I like the Off You Go. I personally like Off You Go, but the rare version. But that's my personal opinion.
Again. So for people who don't know, a few go rare cost 3 and 4, and it sends things that cost 4 or less.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see the Bazira list. The
Yep,
Skycrier.
giant. So I was looking for a few go, but I forgot an F, I think.
Okay.
um, so yeah, apparently you and Skycrier have something in common. You like boosts. Seeing Bazira and Afanas both interact a lot with boosts and with season card. Apparently,
Yeah.
I'm not loud enough. I will up my sound a bit. Um, so yeah, what do you think about this Bazira decklist?
I like the list. I think I like the removal, the one of removals, like the mana eruption is pretty nice as like a one of that costs two just to make people play around it. I think that's pretty smart. I think one intimidation is fine. Um, I mean, we see the Haven, three of course. That's like the strongest card, one of the strongest cards in the game right now. Um, I the Mighty Djinn is interesting, the rare version of it, and I mean we've seen how Skycrier uses this deck, and it's mostly he plays around Atlas and boosting it, and he just goes all in on Atlas boosting it, and because it has season, because it's a rare version, it just keeps the boost, and he just usually plays around that. That's really cool.
Yep. I also love the support ability of the rare Atlas that gives 2 boosts to the next character you play. It's maybe not the most efficient one. You will not use it a lot, but I like how it's not subtle at all. Just give a lot of boost for no mana and interact well with Bazira, obviously.
Yeah.
um,
Yes.
Maybe we can talk a bit about the other lists before it starts. I don't know in how many time it will launch. So apparently a few minutes. So we have time to talk about deck lists.
Yeah. Let's
So
see Skycrier's Waru.
yep, maybe we can compare both WoW deck lists.
Yeah, let's do that. We can see that in Skycrier's decklist, we see like a monolith. That's a card that we don't see in Izhuark's decklist. We see a lot, I think, less removal, but we do see a lot of similarities though. Like three of Izhuark, three of Bountiful Meadow, three of Attorney, three Sandman, Robin, of course, three Quetzal. Like, I think the lists are actually like the same apart from the singular monolith that is replaced in Izu's list.
Yeah, yeah. And if we can so see the other lists, we can see the first thing I see is the card on the upper right. So Skycrier plays 3 Bountiful Meadow, whereas Izhuark doesn't play any. So oh yeah, no, my bad. It's just here on the right. I, I just have a flashback of another player who didn't, but it wasn't Izhuark, obviously. They both played. They both play a pretty similar build. If we look at them one after another, they both play Easy Talk as a rare, and Quetzalcoatl as the rare too. Now
Yeah,
that I
the lists
think,
are actually pretty similar overall. I
yep.
think it's just a monolith that's different, and uh, I think Skycrier plays the council, but Izu doesn't. There's
Oh
no
no.
council in Izu's list.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh no,
Izhuark
there's
actually
two of them.
plays.
There's two of them.
So
Never mind.
Izhuark list plays the council in two in twice,
Yeah.
but Skycrier doesn't have any of these, but he has the monolith in exchange. This is the main difference between those two lists, I think. And yeah, just to remind you, this championship is played with open deck lists, which means both player knows what the other have in their deck list. So yeah, that one of monolith and one of teamwork training uh, can actually play a big difference between how you actually play the game, because Izhuark will have to think about how his opponent will be able to just 5 mana slamming that big permanent that can win the game some turns later, with how slow the matchup is. I think if we talk about a mirror match, even if the lists are like 90% the same, uh, Skycrier has those two cards who are really which are really efficient. So I don't know if you agree with me, QV. I know you have some takes about Waru.
Yeah. I don't actually like um monolith in Waru. I don't think it's a good card. I think Waru has likes to set up things. So Waru has one dead turn, which is the first turn, where you have to sleep something and usually you don't have another unit, so you just sleep that thing, and you have a dead turn so they can like 2 you for free basically. And then on the other turns you always kind of have something from the previous turn that you slept, and you want to keep that chain going of sleeping on a turn and keeping the thing from last turn for the turn after when it wakes up basically. But I feel like when you play monolith, you break that chain. So the turn where you play it, you usually don't sleep another um, bureaucrat, and I don't think that's good because breaking the chain, first of all, you will get 2-0'd on usually on the turn that you play a monolith, and you also cannot afford to get 2-0'd again on the next turn. So you are more reluctant to sleep your bureaucrat. So maybe you there's a chance that you might not sleep anything just because you want to catch up on the tempo that you lost by playing the monolith.
Okay, but don't you actually think that since Waru allows you to keep your board one turn, maybe the turn you play Monolith you won't actually lose both expeditions, so the turn after you will be able to catch up the late you will have gotten the turn just after, just before.
Um, I think that's like a fantasy world. The problem is you usually it depends on what you slept. I guess if you slept maybe in Isitok, yes, of course you won't get 2-0'd, but that means that you're playing the monolith on turn 6.
Yeah.
Um, but I think it depends. If you sleep a Robin or an Istak, maybe. But usually, if you sleep like a Quetzal or like a Thought or this attorney or Legate, it depends on what you sleep. Of course, there's like a couple ones that guarantee. I mean, guarantee that you get 2-0'd. I think if you sleep a Legate, if you sleep an attorney, if you sleep a Quetzal, if you sleep a Thought, if you sleep a Frog Prince, any of those, you will get 2-0'd the turn that you play Monolith. Robin and Isitak are a little bit of an exception, but I feel like when you already have those two, you're already winning the game. So why?
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
I feel like you don't need the Monolith in those spots because you already are ahead. You're ahead basically. So you don't need to put a card that gets you even more ahead, but with a risk. You don't have to take that risk. Is what I'm saying.
I get it, and we'll see if it actually happens in game. Maybe we won't have to see that mirror matchup between Warus. Um, so the match will start in a few seconds from now, if I followed it right. First game starting.
It
Okay, so
started, yeah.
it should start any moment. Oh,
It
and it
started.
does.
Yeah,
It
it started
actually
right now.
started. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't.
No, you're fine. So we're gonna have a finesse against Subash first match. It's gonna be very interesting. We have pretty good hand, I think. I don't know what you think about this matchup. I think it depends on the interaction. FNS is like extremely weak to interaction, sabotage, or removal. When you don't have either of those, when the opponent doesn't have either of those, FNS is just gonna pop off usually.
Yeah, completely. Um, I think it's actually a very close matchup. Um, I don't see how it can be. I don't see how it could be. One way or another, because boss decks have a lot of resources. Maybe we can talk about hands kept by what both players have in hands. So we can see that the Subash players, so Izhuark, have the famous Haven that you talked about a bit earlier, which is right now a great card of the game. It's played a lot. So what do you think the hands can impact that game?
Yeah, the hands actually do impact the game, of course. Um, I think in FNS you do need to hit your key units. Every spell is kind of good because you can generate value out of every spell, but you do need to hit the key units. Not every unit in FNS is a good unit. Usually it's either the Blade Dancer or the Mage Dancer. The dancers, basically. You need to hit either of those to actually be able to benefit from spamming your spells and hope that the opponent is not running any sabotage because I do think on top of hitting your key units, you do need draw. I think card advantage is important because you have to balance units and spells, and to be able to do that more easily, you need to have both. You need to have a lot of cards. So that increases the chance of you having both of them.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, just as a quick reminder, I'll make the cards appear on the stream. So, Subash is the hero that pops a token at noon when you pay a mana and put a card from your hand to your reserve. So, basically, you trade resources for board advantage because you have a token. Meanwhile, the Asfanas is a hero that plays on casting spells. So just as a quick reminder, spells in Altered right now are most of all either card advantage or removals. And Afanas tells you, well, what you will play as a spell will also boost your character, and that's what happened in the first day of the game. We can see Izhuark played use his hero to make a 2/2, and as a response, Skycrier played the Blade Dancer, boosted it once, which boosted it twice thanks to Afanas, and using two cards, he had a 3/3 on board, and now it's in reserve. So pretty good stuff from both players, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And now we have kind of, I think, a really good hand because we're able to play the Blade Dancer for two and then give it anchored with meditation training. So we just keep a we play two and then we end up with a 4/4/4 and then we play the meditation training. We anchor it and then we end up with a 5/5/5 that is anchored for the next round, which is very, very strong. It kind of guarantees that one side is going to be won this turn and this day and next day. So that's really good, I think.
Yep.
And we can basically play on either side that we want. I'm not necessarily sure it matters on which side we play it. I mean, we can contest the bot, if we assume the opponent cannot put 3 in terms of stats on that side. But I think it's pretty risky. I would just put it on the other side and give it anchored.
Yep, exactly. And we can see Izhuark on his side too, has something to say against Skycrier, even though he has a great Skycrier has a great start. We can say it. Afanas isn't he is a deck that the most his greatest weakness is um, is actually removal and interactions from opponents, because obviously you put all your eggs in the same bag. I don't know if we can say that in English, but
Many things
yeah.
in basket. Yeah.
Every boosts are on the same character, and
Yeah.
yeah, here Skycrier has a great decision to make. Uh, Thank you, Chen OX01. All your eggs in the same basket, and yeah, here Skycrier had to take the decision between making making the race against Izhuark and and battling against the side where Izhuark puts his token. But I'm not sure it will work out really great for Skycrime, because we can see in his reserve that Izhuark um, has what is this card again? Mr. Frankenstein, I think.
Yeah. Dr. Frankenstein. Yeah. I mean, as I said, yeah, you have to like make a choice. Either you put on the left or right side. I actually was wrong about putting it on the companion side, which is the right side here. I think putting it in the side where the bot is um, basically says if you try to contest me, I will use the the the, um, the guiding hand, the spell that basically gives one boost and removes fleeting, and then you can use that to give +2, and then suddenly you have a 6/6/6 on the board. And I don't think Izhuark would have been able to contest that. Um, so yeah, I still think it's pretty risky. Like for here right now, the way things are ending up, we see that Izu's moving on both sides because of the Frankenstein that was um, open information. Basically, it was not a card from the hand; it was a card from the reserve. So we should have played around that. That's why personally, I still prefer playing the blade dancer on the other side. So at least we don't get too out, and we know that Subash is a hero that likes to play aggro and likes to win very fast, and letting them advance to expeditions is very, very risky in general.
Yep, I get it. I get it. So he has a 5/5/5 anchored, and he will be able to anchor it one more turn. So basically, Skycrier game plan right now is to trade 1 for 1 the most possible while interacting with his opponents. But us as a as caster, we have the information that Izhuark did draw a second haven, and that second haven is goddamn powerful because it will actually enable some 3/3s for one, and those kind of things. So yeah, when we see that Skycrier start is a good FNS start, and Izhuark start is just a basically good super start, but not that much. It's just what the deck does a lot when he draws his Haven, and I don't know what you think about this situation, but I would not bet too much for Skycrier this game.
It looks pretty rough. Double Haven is very strong, of course, and Subesh is always able to put something from the reserve every single turn. So you always generate value from the Double Haven. And basically, if we talk pure math, FNS needs to play at least 2 spells a turn to basically match the value, the free value that Izhuark is getting from the Double Haven that give +1/+1 each. So, and playing 2 spells a turn is not necessarily super easy. I mean, it is on paper, but it has a cost, and it locks you into some plays that you don't necessarily want to do. That's why I think it looks pretty rough for Skycrier overall. I do have hope though. The Blade Dancer is pretty big, and if you anchor it a couple times, I think you can at least guarantee that you don't get 2-0'd. However, not getting 2-0'd is not the only thing that's the priority here, because we see that Izu has the advantage in terms of expeditions. So we need to catch up on that at some point.
Yep, exactly. What Skycrier has to to do here is drawing a second body, because that second body can be actually what wins him the game, by putting pressure on both sides. And I don't know Izhuark's plan right now, but it can be a hard time for Skycrier.
Yeah, especially because we have the beauty sleep in the reserve, and we have the meditation training in the reserve as well. And those two are expensive spells. They cost 3 each, and
Yep.
they're worse from the reserve. Basically, every spell in Skycrier's reserve is just worse because it costs more than from the hand. So the beauty sleep is going to be pretty hard to set up, especially because Subash usually plays small units, and small units are not worth sleeping in general. It's because you're spending 3 to sleep something that's usually just a 2/2/2, so that's not worth it. Or something that the opponent spend only 1 or 2 mana on, and that's not good at all. So that card, I think we can assume that it's not gonna do much this game, at least right now, until like later stages of the game. However, being able to keep the Blade Dancer on the board with the meditation training and the helping hand is actually pretty good, because you can keep a huge unit on the board. That's We kind of have to look at it like a Hydra kinda, because
Yep.
of how big it is, and it's just blocking one
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
So
I
yeah.
totally agree on that side that the point of Athanas is kinda to create a big Hydra in the early stage of the game, by putting a lot of counters and making your character basically the biggest character of the board, and then never letting it go on the discard.
Yeah, and here we kind of need another unit that grows fast. So we need either another seasoned unit or a mage dancer to be able to contest the other side. And here we draw the Baba Yaga, which is not the best, but it's fine because it's a unit and it gets us to draw more. Um,
Yeah,
and I think we just need to abandon that beauty sleep and basically throw it away as if it wasn't there.
well, I would agree with you if Israel uh, hadn't that Athena is gonna be a big deal. So Athena is gonna be a really big deal with those those Haven, because for those who don't know, um, Athena has the ability to lose fleeting when you play it from the reserve, only if you control two or more landmarks. And guess what? Izhuark controls two landmarks, two heavens actually, which means Athena is both gonna be a 5/6/6, but it also doesn't have fleeting, so he has his own, machinery to. I don't know how to say it, but it's a setup that will goes on and on basically forever as long as Skycrier doesn't interact. So he will have to make something at some point, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I mean, regardless of what Izu has, I think it's gonna be hard to contest the Blade Dancer. It's way too big. However, the Athena will make sure that the other side is always secured. So the best thing that Skycrier can do is 1-1. And 1-1 here is not good for Skycrier because we are behind in expeditions. If we keep 1-1ing, we will lose the game, in my opinion.
Yep, it's a possibility.
So here, I think we just... The resupply is nice. That resupply is actually perfect because it allows us to not lose any unit if we decide to play it, because we could have played the Athena for 3 and then play another unit, the Salvager from hand. But the problem is we would have clogged our reserve. But the fact that we have a 1-drop from the reserve means that we can play both units without losing any value at all. So that's nice. I don't know
And
if there's
moreover,
much... Mm,
sorry, I was just gonna say that moreover that unit is a 3/4/3 for 1 mana. So yeah, that's some great resupply that he had here.
yeah, I think there's a chance we actually might be able to contest even on the other side, on the Blade Dancer side. Um, I need to do the math on that one, but I think it depends on where we give the boost right now. I mean, we kind of have to give it to the Blade Dancer because we won't be able to contest on the right side here. So yeah, we do give it to the Blade Dancer, and
Yep.
we basically tap out of mana. I mean, that's why we have 1 minute left, and we can play the card in from hand, but Izu can play as if the opponent has no mana. We do decide to not try to contest the Blade Dancer. I don't think it was even possible. I mean, the Athena is a 3/4/4, which becomes a 5/6/6 plus the 5/6/6, and then we have 2 that becomes a 4. We actually are able to contest if we wanted to. We were able to contest on the other side. Unless I'm mistaken in terms of mana used. 3, 4, 5. No, I think
Um,
we...
I think he couldn't because he has to advance in water, and Athena
Oh,
is 6, and the card in reserve is 3. Oh no,
true,
you're
true.
right. It could contest.
I think,
It's 6,
yeah,
right?
I think it could have. Yeah,
Or do I miscount?
it's a three
Maybe
four
he.
four.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I
It,
I don't know why he did that. Maybe he was afraid of a 1 mana card in hand, which Skycrier had, but it would have really messed up his reserve. So maybe it wasn't
yeah,
that bad. I don't know.
I think it was worth like trying to contest on the other side, even if we're not able to move. At least we like stop Skycrier from moving, which is relatively the same outcome in terms of how the game will end up going. The We still don't see a singular unit, an actual good unit that we can put boosts on other than the Blade Dancer from Skycrier's deck. That's what I've talked about before. You need a combination, a balance between units and spells, or at least you need like a couple units. Because here, if we had like a Blade Dancer or another Blade Dancer or another Mage Dancer, we could have tried to contest on the other side. But now we are losing the game because we the Subash has an advantage, one advantage in the expeditions.
Yeah, completely. So here, I think the plan for Skycrier is gonna be hold hold on that blend dancer the most possible, and then try to scam your opponent at the last time possible with I don't know, something to sleep his characters, or just draw something, boon something, like return it into hand. I don't know. Maybe it's already over. We'll see that.
I mean, the hand is pretty good. The removal is nice, but the problem with I think Izmir's removal in general, I feel like every single card is a good removal for expensive stuff. Apart from the Kraken, I think Kraken's Wrath is a really good card against tokens and very cheap cards, but we don't have. I think we only have one. Sorry for that noise, neighbors. Only I think we only have one in FNS's deck, so drawing it could actually save the game, in my opinion. But so far, we don't see any of it, so it's gonna be pretty difficult to contest on the other side, especially with no units.
Yep. I mean, Izhuark could. I exaggerate a bit, but he could pass and almost win. Like he just plays one card in the companion expedition, and he wins the expedition on the spot. So yeah, not great. Not great for him, though. But Izhuark is certainly very happy about that.
Yeah. We can just slow play here, obviously. I don't necessarily understand why we're playing on the other side. Maybe we're trying to contest on that side, which is not like a bad idea. I think playing the bot on the right side, on the companion side, and then trying to contest on the other side is not impossible. But I think it's going to be difficult. Like we know FNS is really good at putting a lot of stats on a singular unit, and we run the risk of actually getting 2-0'd, assuming that FNS has another unit that they can play, that Skycrier can play boosts on. In this case, he doesn't, but so it might just work out for Izu.
Yep.
The question here is, will we be able to 2-0 this round? Will we have enough stats? Because we're generating a lot of stats from the reserve with the two havens. So we're already at basically 696 in terms of stats already. So we're almost stopping Skycrier from moving because Skycrier needs to move on Mountain. We're already at 9 in Mountain, while Skycrier is at 10. We still have 5 mana for Skycrier, but we might need to use the Intimidation to actually be able to move. We can't take a 2-0 here.
Yep. He still have his 5 manas up, so he can take his time, starting with anchoring, and then seeing what his opponent actually has. I cheat a bit here and look at Izhuark decklist, and he doesn't have any proper interaction. He just have hooked. So hooked, for players who don't know, is a spell that switched the expedition of a character, but a 12/12 is great either side. So maybe not the best in interaction he can have. Oh, and for your information, the card Looker disappeared. I'm trying to fix that issue, but it will come back at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think just having a big body can work out.
Yeah, here we already are winning in Mountain. So here, why are we changing the stats? Oh, we're changing the play completely. Okay, it's just a different play. We want to play on the other side. We're scared that we won't be able to move either way because we see the spells from the reserve. We know we won't be able to move in the companion side just from FNS using the meditation training. So here we just decide to play Athena on the other side to guarantee that we move at least one. And then here, I think I would be surprised to see. I'm actually confused as to why we're.
What?
Yeah,
Why
I'm
would you
confused
do
as to why
this?
we're not anchoring.
Yeah, I don't get it. Um, well,
We're
he prefers stats. I'm not actually sure why, but he he thinks he won't be able to take out the most value of the card. I think it's a question of card in reserve, because now next turn Skycrier will play both cards from his reserve, and he will end up with no cards in reserve. Whereas in the other play, what would go on? Like he
actually,
would as
I'm.
have to play the card to give to boss. I think it's more about preparing a better
It's
turn
not.
with
It's not.
Exalt.
I think I understand why. And if this is the reason why, I think it's a very smart, extremely smart play. So my reasoning as to why Skycar used the helping hand instead of using the meditation training is we are playing first. So we will dodge any sabotage on the Blade Dancer. So we play the
Yeah.
Blade Dancer first right away, and then we give it anchored. So if we did the opposite of that, so basically if we give anchored last turn, we keep the Blade Dancer on the board, and then since it has fleeting, we will probably use the
No, no, no,
helping
no,
hand.
no. It didn't had fleeting. It didn't had fleeting. So even a sabotage wouldn't be that big of a deal because the blade dancer would just be in the reserve the turn where we are the first player, which is the turn again after that.
Not really, because if we use the meditation training last turn, it would be anchored. And then this
Oh yeah,
turn
and go
wouldn't
to
be anchored.
reserve
So
when
it
you
will
are
go to
not the first
reserve,
player.
and then Izhu will sabotage it if he has a sabotage. So this plays around the sabotage.
Yeah, he has two Tinkerbell in his list.
It's just playing around the sabotage, which is really, really smart, actually. If that's the reason why we did that, which I assume it is. And as I said before, the one for ones are not fine because we have the expedition advantage. I mean, Izu has the expedition advantage. So here we need to find a way to 2-0. If we don't find a way to 2-0, we literally cannot win this game. The Tooth Fairy is nice. Removing a card from the reserve is really nice because probably is going to be the Athena. Removing the Athena from the reserve. It's too much value, and that card is too big. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do just remove that. I am, however, surprised by the positioning of that Tooth Fairy. I would assume we play on the other side. Actually, no, it's really smart. We can play the Tooth Fairy to match the bots, and then we play the Blade Dancer on the other side, and then with a spell, basically by anchoring it, we have a chance to give +1/+1 to the Tooth Fairy, and then equalizing on the other side, and then basically ending up at the same spot in terms of expeditions, which is really good. I I really like how Skycrier plays. I basically agree with everything, and it's really nice to see um, such clean plays overall.
Yep. Well, they are in the finals, so they must know a bit what they are doing, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So here, anchor the bait dancer, which makes sense. We unfortunately do not have the enough mana for meditation for intimidation. If we did have enough mana for intimidation, we might have had the opportunity to move on both. Move on the right side and then stop Izu from moving on the left side. Um, so yeah, here same thing happens. We contest one side, and then we lose the other one. And I think it's gonna be the end if we keep doing that. This turn we need to contest on both sides, and we won't be able to. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, it all depends on the draw of Skycrier. If he draws like something Kraken's Wrath, I don't remember if he plays.
Yeah, if we play one,
He plays one. Okay. Well, Kraken's Wrath would be a really really good draw
true.
because it would deal with um, probably the I don't remember its name. The card Izhuark has in reserve, which makes a robot. So he would be able to deal with Subash robots, that card robot, and the card itself. So yeah, good draw.
So yeah, but we don't draw it here. However, we still have the chance to draw it by with the Baba Yaga. Basically, we still have mana for it. I hope that Skycrier puts the Mage Dancer, which comes in a little too late. By the way, we needed this unit like 7 turns earlier, but that's fine. Maybe we put it. We have to put it in the mana right now, because it basically costs the exact same as the Tooth Fairy, and um, it only has one more
Yeah,
stats. It's basically a 2/2 for 2 if we use the intimidation, but that's not enough. We need to look for something else. I think the best play is to play the Tooth Fairy, play the Baba Yaga, and then play the Baba Yaga first,
yep,
see what we draw. Tooth Fairy, intimidation, and then hope to draw another like interaction spell, maybe a Off You Go.
yep,
That costs 2 as well, and that would basically maybe gives us the chance to contest on that side. So we need to play the Mage Dancer. We need to put the Mage Dancer in the mana, because if we don't have an out at all. It is guaranteed that we don't have an out. Whereas if we put the Mage Dancer, we might have an out.
yep. I totally agree. So that's a close game. That's a close game, and we can also look at what Izhuark did drew. And he drew again that Frankenstein, which will be 5/5/5 resupply for 2. Yeah, pretty good. His side there will be the robot factorer, which makes a robot, which consists.
Yeah, it's a hard decision here. I clocked it pretty fast, but I still think it's worth to think about. I personally think you have. Wait, we didn't put any mana down from
Didn't he?
Skycrier.
Oh, oh well, oh well.
Yeah, I don't necessarily understand why we're keeping the Mage Dancer. I
I
think we
don't
have to.
know either. I
There's
mean,
an
you have a Baba Yaga and you don't have enough mana to play all the cards you actually have on board right now. So I don't get it.
I don't really get it either, because it's visible lose. That's the issue. It's we see that we're losing. We are seeing with the exact hand, no matter what we draw from the Baba Yaga, no matter what, it's an open lose. And open lose are
Yeah,
pretty sad. I think we had to play them. I mean, in this case, it wouldn't have mattered because we draw a Tooth Fairy, but
yep.
we have to play 2 hour out no matter what the play is. So putting the Mage Dancer into the mana was the best play.
Well,
Was the only play,
here
in fact.
the fact that he wasn't how do we say it, the draw was bad, so it actually makes Blade Dancer better because Blade Dancer is that one statistics more which can make the difference. I mean, it could make the difference, but it really won't. When your opponent plays 2 mana 5/5/5s, 3 mana 6/6/6 on different bodies, eh. Maybe Chen is right and he didn't think too much about it. It's a possibility too. I mean, the mindset going on to this match, your opponent doing Heaven. I mean, he had a really good fight, but it's over now.
Yeah, the double. I'm happy that we see the double Haven and how broken it is. I mean, Haven in general as a card, and I'm praying to the card game gods that we see double Robin in the future games. That's all I want to see. I want to see 2 Robin Hoods back to back on those 2 Waru games. That's all I'm asking for, literally.
Wow.
Please. Because we haven't seen that. We haven't seen a single Robin in the previous best of 3. The previous match between these 2 players. So
I mean,
showcasing the strength
you're
of Robin
not
is actually
you're
important.
not asking that much. I mean, that's probably possible.
It is a very statistical, statistically very likely. So I'm not really asking for that
It
much.
could happen. It could happen. I guess. I guess.
The other game is starting in 2 or 3 minutes, I believe.
Yep. In 5 minutes, if I write correctly, if I read correctly. So during that time, I will try to fix OBS because it has a bug. I don't know why the OBS does not want me to be able to record the altered.gg, which is used to show the cards to to people on the stream. So I'm working on it. I'll get 5 minutes. Nah.
It's only 3 minutes, by the way. But yeah, I'll be back. I want to
Yeah.
go grab a little bit of water.
Yeah. Sure.
And I'll be back. You guys should do the same. People who are watching, stay hydrated.
Yep. Don't forget to drink water. I mean, we are talking to English people, so maybe it's not that hot where you are. I don't know where you live. Tell me, people in the chat, where are you looking us from? And remember, drink alcohol with moderation, but nice for the finals to drink some wine. You're from London, great. Boston, that is far from where we are. That is really far. But that's great to see. There's people from everywhere that can see us. I'm happy. I'm happy to see people from anywhere can enjoy that, can enjoy the stream, can enjoy Altered. Altered is a great card game. I'm really happy to talk about it and to play it actually. And I'm really happy that it takes it takes a bit on everywhere, and it works pretty well, even though it's only the Kickstarters so far. I don't know if you ordered some Kickstarters displays and starter decks or that kind of things.
What did you ask them? Why is everyone saying where they're from?
I asked them where they were watching us from, and
Okay.
yeah,
Your little image at the bottom is hiding Skycrier's
yeah,
username.
that's right. But sorry, Skycrier. I don't have another scene for you.
You can just move it within the same scene, right? Probably. But you
Maybe I
don't
can
have to.
go
It's
on
not.
the top left. Is there
Oh
something on the top left when we are
no.
playing in game? Okay, then I
When
go
we're
on the
playing, yes.
in game. What is on the top left? Oh, mana, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? For as long as there is no game, I will just put both our little images.
Mages.
I
Okay.
don't know. How do you say that?
What do you?
We don't have time to take a pause, to take a break.
Oh. Wow. Please, Robin, on day 2, please.
You're begging for it.
I'm begging for it. I just want it because I know the devs are watching, and I just want to show the issue.
Well,
But
actually, the devs are casting the game,
yeah,
but
and
yeah.
watching. But yeah,
If they're casting, they're watching. I hope so.
well, I'm doing half the watching. Okay, that's not true. But yeah, here we see Bazira against Waru. I think this matchup is incredibly difficult for Bazira. Sorry, I think. Oh wait,
Oh, and there is a Robin Hood.
there's a Robin
Aren't
Hood, but
you
it's not.
happy?
Yeah, that's nice. The fact that we're happy to see Robin Hood, sad situation. We see that Izu is putting their mana really fast. We understand what the strong cards are. The strong cards are Bountiful Meadow, the Robin, and the Ordis, the card that
The what's his name?
what's her
It's
name?
her name. I'm saying his because
Ordis
in French we
Attorney.
say attorney.
Ordis
Yeah.
Attorney. Yeah. So
I
so
always
yeah, here.
think about you know that video game which has attorney in his name, where the guy says objection.
Yeah.
What a
Someone in
great
chat
game.
will know the game. But yeah, we see a really good hand from Izu. We have the Bountiful Meadow, which is a perfect, beautiful turn 1 play that basically reduces the cost of every bureaucrat um, for the rest of the game every single turn by just tapping it for free. And
Yeah,
here
Ace
we have
attorney.
Ace Attorney, yeah. Here we have a 2-cost bureaucrat. So we can play the Bountiful Meadow and then play the 2-cost and then sleep it and then play Robin. It just is perfect hand. We also see a pretty good hand for Skycrier, who is hesitating to put the Haven into the mantle. Interesting. I think that would be crazy. I think if he puts the Haven into, which is the best card in the deck, I think, into mana would be very crazy to see, in my personal opinion. And we actually end up doing it, which is very surprising. I don't think it's correct at all, unfortunately. But maybe Skycrier
Well,
sees a line that we don't.
I think the point of putting That card as a mana is Skycrier really want to take the board on the first turn, and he also wants to play Big Jin on turn 2 to make card advantage and mana advantage, so he can play the removal. Just as a reminder, that removal costs 2 mana because it's a rare, it's fleeting, and it discards a permanent or a character. So discarding it is the deal. Like, it's not sending it into reserve. It's gonna take out that Robin Hood forever and ever.
The problem, true, but we do spend, we do lose a mana for the rest of the game, which kind of equates to the Robin effect, which, so I'm not really sure I like that trade because it's as if Robin was on the board every single turn and you played a single card per turn.
Mm,
So I don't.
it's not quite the same. I mean, the impact of a Robin Hood, which, as you said, Robin Hood impacts each card you play. There, it will be just 1 mana, and moreover, I think the point of putting the Haven as a mana is because of the Big Jin. Big Jin, if you don't know that card, when it leaves, it leaves you the choice: either you draw a card, or you put it as a mana. So that mana that you take, how do you say it? Like you you don't have that mana, but you will get it back because of the Big Jin. So yeah, not that big of a deal.
Yeah, here we're in a very interesting spot. We can, I mean, Izu has the possibility to play something and advance on both sides. However, so we can not play the Robin, for example, here, play something, sleep it, and then play another bureaucrat, and then advance on both sides, basically, which we do. That's very interesting. So we choose to actually sleep both bureaucrats because
Yep.
we want to sabotage this. So we say basically, I think that the sabotage from the attorney, not the attorney, the legates, is worth more than advancing one expedition, which is very, very cool. I think it's very smart and very well played from Izhuark here because we understand that sabotage is really strong against Bazira. Removing seasoned
Yep.
units that are absorbing boosts from the reserve is how you beat Bazira. And then we choose to sacrifice an expedition just to guarantee that later on we're able to win. So it's a very, very smart play. I actually like it.
Yep.
And here we have the Robin
Totally.
that we play first action.
And moreover, I would add that playing two bureaucrats is still good. You make 1 for 1, and you set up resources for the next turn. The Ketza will make you additional token. So yeah, you have a big chance to win on both sides this turn. If you don't win on both sides, you will win something, either card advantage or something else. So great start for Izhuark once again.
Sound went weird. Polo gone
Yeah, yeah,
quiet.
yeah. Sorry, I lowered my sound because I saw there was some noise. Tell me, chat. Tell me, do you hear some weird noises when I'm not speaking?
Should be fine at least for me. So
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. My OBS told me that I was hearing a lot of noise, and I was like, where does it come from? But if it's alright, then it's alright.
So yeah, here Skycrier is hesitating between the Atlas and the Mighty Djinn to put into the mana. I personally agree with putting Atlas into a mana orb just because we are lacking card advantage because of that sabotage and because Waru is gonna draw a lot. So Mighty Djinn is actually important to replenish the hand. We start with Robin, of course. The Robin is gonna get removed instantly using the mana eruption that we kept from the start, specifically to remove Robin.
Yep,
So
completely.
we have to spend 3 to remove Robin and then absolutely do nothing this turn and get 2 out, basically, because we have to spend 3 up front to remove Robin that is asleep, and we lose a mana orb permanently, and we can't actually advance on either side this turn, which is pretty brutal. I think it is a little bit problematic. I'm not sure how Skycrier comes back from this spot. Even by dealing with Robin. The problem with dealing with Robin here is like, sure, we remove a sleeping bureaucrat, so we, I mean, Robin is pretty important to remove, sure. But it is important to remove if Waru doesn't sleep another bureaucrat. Because on top of removing the Robin, you also remove the token that is generated next turn. But here, unfortunately, we are not able to remove the other unit that basically will generate a token next turn.
Yep, and here Izhuark will be able to make that 2-4-0, so he catches up on the lates. He has more resources, he has more mana, more cards in reserves, but the game is not over yet. And that is what it is. So, here Skycrier draws the sabotage. Sabotage.
Sabotage, yeah. I mean, it's a French
So,
word, so it should be, yeah.
yeah,
But,
it's a French game.
yeah. Is that the
Your
second
play.
Waru that the Robin that we just top decked right there?
Oh yeah. Don't worry.
So
The
that's,
game, the
I
game,
wish, yeah,
the game is a scam that you planned in advance.
I
Just so you know.
understand. They're gonna split the cash prize. Because there's the prize is a playmat that is signed by the maker of the game. So I
Oh
think
yeah,
they're just
that's
gonna
right.
take a scissors and cut the playmat in half. That sounds good to
Yeah.
me.
And because there's one for the first player and one for the second, so they can cut them each in half and they put them together back, the first with the second and elsewhere. So yeah, I guess that's what's going on here because that second Robin Hood from the top of the deck is pretty crazy.
Robin Hood is going to be really good here because if Izu decides to play it right away, we actually stop Bazira from playing a boost at all, or the Blade Dancer completely. And I think there's no reason really not to do it right away.
Gonna be it's gonna be Robin Good.
Okay.
So
We're
yeah,
gonna.
whatever. He has 3 mana and a Quetzalcoatl to play still, and yeah, a really
Um,
hard game for Skycrier here, I guess.
I'm actually surprised. So here is another actually good example of a choice that you have to make in Waru here. So you either play the Legate and do the exact same thing that you did last time, which is sabotage again, right?
Yeah.
Or play the Quetzal, not sleep it, and then advance on both sides. This is very important. The first sabotage, I understand. I think it's a clearer decision. I am leaning towards the sabotage on the first one. However, on this decision, I think it's a lot closer than we think, and I'm not sure which one is better. I personally would always go for the sabotage.
Okay. I mean, I would have gone just for the most mana efficient and resource efficient play, which is Ketza not sleeping, because you know you are winning the late game. So putting a Quetzalcoatl that will make an additional token and make you draw a card, because yeah, you had an attorney on board. So if you actually played uh, a sleepy a bureaucrat, well, you would just have drawn an additional card. So yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the legate, not the. I'm talking about the sabotage.
Legate is also another option,
Oh,
but
wait, hold on. We top deck's another Robin. Hold on. I'm gonna.
oh,
This is good.
ah,
Yes, thank you.
oh
Oh, this is
yes.
good.
I let you end the cast because it's over.
Um, Vivi on the other stream is saying that this is my fault. That's the because I wished for the Robins to be drawn, and they're saying that this is my fault.
And I have
So
to
it's
say,
really, really
it
funny.
is your fault. It is 100% your fault. You're the one who wished that.
I am so happy. You don't understand how happy I am. That the
Oh
devs are
yeah.
getting to witness the double Robin, the triple Robin game. This is my fantasy. This is a wet dream for me. Just so everyone understands.
This is great.
This is amazing. So basically, for people who don't know, Robin is a card that increases the cost of every single card the opponent plays by one. When you have two of them, every single card played by the opponent costs two more. Two more. So right now, in my experience playing this video game, this card game, since a while, for a while now, when the opponent has two Warus on the board at the same time, two Robins on the board at the same time,
Yeah. Mm.
I think the statistical chance to win drops to below 1%. I am confident it does not touch 1%. So this is the spot.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's always hard to play against one Robin Hood, so two or even three. Yeah, not the good deck for it, Bazira. Sorry, not sorry. But it was not your day, not your time to shine. And
Yeah.
will Izhuark actually take his revenge? Because just to remind people on the chat, Izhuark actually already have been beaten by Skycrier, because this is the second time the final has happened. It's just that uh, because it's the final, Izhuark comes from the upper bracket, so Skycrier has to beat Izhuark twice, and he has beaten him yesterday, so that's once. And now it's the final game, and maybe Izhuark will throw Skycrier, who himself has a 3-0'd Izhuark yesterday. It would be a great revenge for Izhuark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see a 3-0 just because I know Skycrier understands that Waru is really, really strong against Traced, and I think Skycrier is gonna just pick Waru right away, and then at least not get 3-0'd by playing Waru, winning the game, and then the other matchups. I think Traced actually struggles against the every single deck that Skycrier has because there's no removal at all in the trace list, I believe. I'm gonna go check again. We only have one Kraken's Wrath. That's the only removal, quote unquote. So, and Skycarrier has a lot of decks that are very good against non-removal decks because they're mostly combo and decks that wants to put a lot of value in on the exact same thing.
Yep, exactly. And And yeah, there's just Robin Hood. Can't he just play a two Robin Hood and instantly win the game just as the game was intended to be?
Yeah. It would be surprising to see a trio. That's all I'm gonna say. Question for Charles: are you happy with
Yeah,
Robin?
that's not the good chat for it. We can
Let's
still
print
ask
it
him,
for like
but
his most
Charles is
controversial.
not on the stream. So I know Charles, so I already talked to him about that. They think Robin Hood is fine as it is. It is a great card, but it probably won't be a problem for competitive environment. Um, I mean, I know right now uh, Robin is great in the competition, all that. Oh yeah, I'm sorry to
So
disappoint you, Chun. My name is Paulo Despico, and I'm just a regular caster. I'm a player of
not
Altered,
a okay. Don't let
but
him
I'm
fool
not.
you. He's not a regular caster. He is also a tester for the game, and
I'm yeah
actually
yeah.
he is aware of like future stats, and he has been playing
I'm
this game for like 9 months. So
yeah
don't be
yeah yeah.
fooled. He has been playing with the full first set for like a year, and has and is playing on set 2 and 3 and 4 already. So um do not
Yeah,
get
but
fooled.
I'm not pro. You know, I'm no game designer. I just know what people tell me, and no, I'm not to blame. I'm a regular tester. I'm not the one who tells what is broken. I'm the one who tells what is fun.
Right,
And
right.
just so you know, I was not in charge of Robin Hood. Yeah, just to go
The
back
game started, yeah. By the
on
way.
that point. The game started. Sorry, I just remembered that. So
Okay.
it's not even gonna
Oh
be Rory.
no,
It's gonna be
Waru. I
Basira.
think I think this might be a 3-0 if we
Uh,
don't see. I
if
think
it has to be a 3-0, it will be.
it would be really funny actually, but I'm not sure. This matchup also depends on removal. Every single Skycrier deck is really good when there's no removal. Bazira especially, FNS especially. So right now we see the Haven that is being kept in hand. We see the Haven, we see the one drop. We have a really cute, nice turn one setup. We actually might win on both expeditions. I don't think it's worth it to play the Haven. I think we just play the one drop and then we play the Kieran here and boost the Kieran on for one, and then boost the Blade Dancer for one. We give it the boost of Bazira, and then we basically advance on both sides. We kind of have to play aggressive against Traced. Traced is a hero that needs time to level up, reach the 5 tokens, and then start activating the draw effect. Oh,
Yep,
actually,
and
if we play it this way, we can just give all boosts to. Can we give both the boosts to the same hero, same character?
no, you can't
Oh, you can.
unfortunately. But yeah, I agree. Skycrier here opts for
Wait,
the. Oh no, ah, I don't like what Skycrier is doing because
um,
basically, just so you understand what is going on, he chooses to make 1 for 0, which means he advances and his opponent doesn't. But
yeah,
he could have they could have both advanced once uh, and Skycrawler advanced twice, which means in the end they have Skycrawler would have one region advantage, but here it will take longer to win the game. So I'm not a big fan of that decision. When you know Izhuark as a late game deck, you don't want him to go up to the late game. So yeah, I'm
yeah,
not a fan of that. I don't know what you think
yeah.
about it.
No, I agree. I mean, it's what I said before, right? I think Traced is a deck that plays fast, that plays slow and active, and is much stronger late game, like a lot stronger late game. So the goal is to advance as fast as possible. But now we played on the slow side. Instead of going um, 2-1, we went 1-0. But 2-1 is better for you than 1-0 because you are the deck that it wants to go fast. So I don't really. So obviously it's a mistake, unfortunately.
Yeah, it could be. And yeah, Chan, just so you know, of course, Bazira can fight on the end game, like with Atlas. Atlas is I have to say it, pretty good on late game. It can be a big, gigantic character, sure, but um, the Trace deck is just better at doing that, and moreover, just as you just said it, it gives him time to see his one Kraken's Wrath, which is the only spot removal he has.
Mm.
Um, and as a general source, you rather like to play that fast and quick ending play more than just a more passive, a more 50-50 game. It's not gonna be a 50-50 game. You start like a 70-30, and then as the game goes on, the game will invert, you know? So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Not fun, but the Heaven is here. It will be here on both sides, but it's here on the Bazira side, and that's great.
Yeah, Bizira is. Oh, we have a chance to activate Trace really fast if we sacrifice the mechanic. I'm surprised by that play a little bit, to be honest. I think I would
Oh,
have discarded the mechanic, reduced the cost of the next landmark you play, the next permanent you play. So you reduce the cost of the Haven. It costs only one, and you're able to play more stuff. You don't
yeah,
really need that one drop.
I agree with you, but I think his Izhuark's plans is just to play that one drop by hand. Yeah, well, by reserve, we can say. But he's just gonna play one mana, one 2/2.
This gin, by the way, is so good. Do you guys, does anyone in chat understand why this small gin is good? For in this spot exactly. I give you like 10 seconds. I don't have my cards yet, so a bit behind you guys in terms of meta decks and what's good versus. Yeah, we've been playing for a while, but obviously we can still make mistakes in understanding the lines of play that some players can make, and we obviously don't have access to their brains. So
Yeah, yeah, and don't worry, Chun. The game isn't even launched, so I don't think everyone has the terms of meta decks and what's good. Even game testers aren't really sure about what would be good. I mean, of course they have their ideas. I mean, they didn't send Robin Hood just like that, like that card is gonna be fun. That's it. No, of course they know what they're doing, but we still have a lot to see. The game is not over at all, and that's a great thing. There's a lot to discover, and it's really good because I'm actually really excited to be able to see what people will bring to tournaments. You know, like the tournaments in Angers.
yeah,
I don't know if
let
you
me
plan
let
on
me
doing it, Kofi.
let me just quickly explain why the reason gin is good. Yeah, the
Oh
reason
yeah,
gin is
sure.
good.
Sorry, my bad.
Uh, the reason the small gin is good, is because it lines up. Uh, the answer into Vanguard is the correct answer. There's a layer deeper than that. Um, so the dancer costs 3, the um, Vanguard costs 3, and we don't actually want to play the dancer from the reserve without having a way to remove fleeting, right? We have the way to remove fleeting, so it's basically a turn 6. I mean, um, 6 mana play, and we don't have 6 mana, so the Jin is perfect right there. Because we ramp and we have 6 to be able to play the Blade Dancer into the Vanguard. And on top of that, Vanguard is a 3 cost that has 4 in plants, and on the right side, sorry, we are contesting in plants only. So if we start by playing the Vanguard on the left side, and then we play not the Vanguard, sorry, the Blade Dancer on the um, left side, and the Vanguard on the right side, we actually we have a higher chance to 2-0 the opponent that way. So that Jin was like perfection. It actually might um, decide the whole game, in my opinion.
I agree. And moreover, we can just talk about the fact that Tiny Jin is a really good altered card. You know, that's a two spike stats for 1/2 that plays again with a boost, so three stats for 2 mana. So it's basically just a good card, and having to play with it is good.
Yeah. Here, however, we decide to play the Blade Dancer on the right. So the difference between playing Blade Dancer on the right or left, in my opinion, it would be better to play it on the right because we have 4 implants and we like contest completely on top of being able to move.
Yeah.
On the other side, there's water, so we can actually. There's a chance that we 2-1 instead of 2-0, but maybe Skycrier is thinking that the 2-0 is more risky and 2-1 is fine.
I agree. I would have played that Blade Dancer at the other side,
Me too.
but maybe Skycrier wanted to have the option to all in on the right side in
Yeah,
case his opponent played something very big, but he didn't, so he was a bit punished by that move because now it's
I
just 1 for 1.
I don't understand why we didn't buff the blade that we didn't buff the Vanguard with Bazira's effect. So we give a boost to the Blade Dancer. We give one boost to the Blade Dancer and remove fleeting, and then with Bazira's effect, we give one to the Vanguard. That would have allowed us to advance twice. Like this
No,
whole
no, no,
game.
no. It's the common Vanguard doesn't boost characters.
Oh, is it the common one? I'm so
Yeah,
used to
yeah, yeah,
using the rare one.
yeah. I see that, but no, it's the command doesn't give one boost.
Oh, okay, it changes. That actually changes. I don't know if it changes the fact that I still want to play the Blade Dancer on the left,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I see. Um, Usually I prefer Blade Dancer, especially in Bazira. Bazira, you want cards that give boost, right? And I feel like the the Vanguard in the rare version, its best deck is Bazira because you give the boost and remove fleeting. And I think that card is
yeah.
really
I agree. I agree.
probably the best card in Bazira. So that's why my brain went into thinking that was the rare version because I think it it is possibly a mistake not to run that card in its rare version, in my opinion.
Yep, yep, yep. I agree. The rare version was obviously a Bazira card most of all, and I don't know if he plays some. We can check. So no, he plays two common version of Vanguard, but nowhere. These are the kind of things list could change. I mean, the rare version seems really good and just fits really well the deck. So who
Mm.
knows?
So here we have to discard something from the reserve. Obviously, I think the Kirin has to go because we have a big blade dancer and we want to keep it as long as possible. So and we have no way of removing fleeting apart from the Vanguard. So we have to keep the Vanguard. We have to keep the blade dancer to be able
Yep,
to win. The
I
Kirin does
agree.
not really do anything.
I agree, but Skycrier doesn't seem to agree.
I mean, I
What
think
is?
Skycrier is hesitating, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I
which
don't really
is
know
fine.
why. I mean, oh yeah, yes, of course he wants to play next turn Atlas plus Chiron, but it would cost again cards in reserves. So I think that's the point. He hesitates between Blade Dancer Vanguard and Atlas Chiron.
Yeah, and okay, I actually see it more. I understand. I think it is. Yeah, I think it makes sense actually.
And he
But
takes the
I feel like
choice
the
to
Blade
remove
Dancer
him.
is more important than
Yep.
the Atlas, in my opinion.
Yeah, both are good choices, I guess. Um, but taking out the Chiron is a more how can we say it, preservative, like you preserve your card in reserve most, you preserve your resources, so yeah, I guess it's a good choice.
Really good hand. I like the hand. Being able to remove fleeting from this Blade Dancer all the whole game is gonna be really good. Here you have to make a decision. You either go all in on Atlas or go all in on Blade Dancer. You cannot have both. You have, in my opinion, you should give one line away. So you either put Atlas into mana or not, and then you decide to play for the Atlas line. I wouldn't be surprised if we put the other Vanguard into mana, but I would be very surprised if we put the Helping Hand into mana, in my opinion. We see a little, we talk a lot about this point of view, the Skycrier point of view, and we don't talk much about the Trace one, mostly because the zero is very interesting, I think, to play and to
Yeah.
watch. But
And Izhuark is actually 2-0 in the matchup, so um, the game is more has more
impact.
impact for Skycrier,
Yeah.
because it's now or never, you know. So
Yeah, absolutely. So we play the Blade Dancer on the left. We see that we have a hooked in Izhuark's hand, which
yep, he can
will be able
change
to,
his opponent's character from Expedition, put it on the
yeah.
other, and yay, Izhuark is gonna play Harvest at home. He's playing that card that activates the arrow effect of a permanent. So here he resupplied for 1 mana, and it's actually the only permanent in his decks. So yeah, 1 mana resupply, 2 mana resupply is the sailing of the card.
Yeah, I don't understand wh- where is this boost coming from? I'm
It's from the
from the
Haven.
Haven. Okay,
Yep.
that makes sense.
And he's gonna use Basira's power to boost the Blade Dancer, which makes sense because it's seasoned and does
Does
not.
it? I think you don't necessarily have, when it's big enough, you don't have to like continue putting stuff on it. I mean, we know that Izhuark doesn't have a way to remove it apart from the Kraken's Wrath, but you the question is, if you put a boost on the Vanguard and put it to 6 in plant, can Izhuark contest that? And the answer is
Yeah,
probably yes, because we have Anansi, and that Anansi is pretty huge. It actually
yeah,
has
it's
+1 from the Haven and then +3 from the 3 cards in the reserve, so it becomes a 6/6/6.
exactly. So that's not the problem for Israel to actually win on one side.
Yeah, so I understand to play more.
The
It
only
definitely
big
makes sense.
difference actually is that he does not have to use another card to win. Like Izhuark could just 2 mana resupply then go, and that's it. And he would have Trace activated for later turns. So you know,
And that's what we see. That is what we see.
uh, Skycrier is just gonna make 1 for 1, and we are gonna arrive on the end game, and he will have to win 3 more expeditions, uh, and that's a lot. I mean, he has the advantage. He has the big blade dancer, but he does not have the win at all.
Oh, we top deck Coppelia, which is crazy that we just play asleep. That's
Yep.
very interesting. I mean, I think wasn't it a little bit risky to
Yeah.
activate Trace's effect?
I I wouldn't have taken that risk at all.
Yeah, because imagine if that unit, imagine if the unit that you're putting down is not a free unit. It's not a unit that won't take the slots in the reserve. Imagine if you draw like any other unit and you have to put
Yeah, or
something in the reserve, so you're losing.
just another hooked, and you're fucked up. That was a really high risk, high reward
I don't know. I mean, it
choice.
was it was it wasn't high risk, high reward play. It was a very high risk, very low reward
Very low
play.
reward. Yeah, yeah, I agree.
That's what happened.
I mean, Coppelia is the only card on your deck that can do something like that. Maybe he just thinks he won't win this game if he doesn't see another Haven or another the card that takes boost for cards in reserve, another Anansi. Yeah, that's it. And he's like, oh, that's hooked in my hand. It's just useless, so I can discard that hook against something. Yep, it's cycling, but it's cycling. Cycling when you have how to say it. It's not actually cycling. Uh, to compare, I don't know if you play some other games like Magic or something, but here Traced doesn't cycle the card. It draws the card and puts it into reserve. And knowing that the reserve is a zone when you can play the cards, the difference between reserve and discard is actually a lot of resources. So if Traced just had the text draw a card then discard a card from your hand, yeah, it would be just a random looting, not really useful. But here, that's not it. It puts into reserve, which actually changes a lot of things. So yeah.
This is a very interesting draw, actually. This enables Atlas pretty hard. We can basically decide. We know that there's no removal for Atlas. I mean, the Kraken's Wrath, but we can't play around a one-off removal. I think we're not necessarily winning in this spot. Trace is activated. It's a very dangerous spot to be in general.
Yep.
And Atlas plus the training, the physical training is basically a 7/7/7 gigantic unit that comes back and is even bigger on the turn after. So we actually
Completely.
might just go for the Atlas win condition.
Yeah, he could. I mean, I would just put some physical training, one physical training in mana, and keep on playing for the Blade Dancer this turn. For as long as you can, you can use the Blade Dancer as much as you can, and then one turn you'll just catch your opponent off guard by putting Atlas and putting 5 boosts on it.
But Atlas is like more the seasoned version of Atlas is more of like a long term play, not a not a, like an instant swing. So you kind of have to play it because it has seasons. You kind of have to play it early to actually generate a value from it and actually be able to threaten with it. Oh,
Okay,
there is
he chooses
there's a
to play that Atlas. Oh, and there is a crash.
who's
Yeah,
hosting. Oh
we were
no.
we have been worried about it. So they are saying like few minutes ago that it will be back. It will come back. So we
Yeah,
can expect in 5 minutes it to come back. So so yeah, I'll take that time to answer you, Chan. So what we were talking about when we were talking about the looting, just to come about it a little bit. So he activates his hero while having a full reserve with actually good cards in the reserves. So by using his hero, he will put a card in the reserve that he will want to discard. It's 100% sure. If he puts a card in reserve he wants to keep, he should just have kept it in his hand, you know? So the point was probably that the card he had in hand, which was the card Hooked, is not that good of a card, and he was ready to discard Hooked in hand if it was to top deck something like Haven or an Anansi. Why he would make to play that otherwise? Personally, yeah. So that's the point. He was probably looking for something, but he wasn't. You know, he didn't make a card advantage. He only made the looting part. But yeah, it was probably the good line either way. He plays his deck pretty well, so had his reasons. So meanwhile, I actually do not know why, but um, OBS does not want to take any other web like Google page in account, so I cannot show you the cards, and I don't know why. I tried to refresh it, to delete it and put it back, but it does not work. So
the games are coming back in like a couple minutes, and they haven't lost the game, by the way. They're just restarting from where they're left, so don't worry.
yep. We won't have to play the game entirely
Okay.
again.
Yeah.
That is great. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll be able to have the cards back. I think I found a way.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna
Can you please tell me when it comes back? I just.
yeah, I'll keep you updated. Don't worry about it.
Yes, thank you. Up. Uh,
By the way,
oh,
what is an aspico?
yeah,
I actually don't
Aspicot
know.
is the French word for a pretty famous Pokemon. Do you play Pokemon? Do you know Pokemon? Will you be
Damn.
able to guess which Pokemon Aspico is?
It's probably a mix between astico and aspi or something. I don't know. It's probably like a little snail. Let me check. It is a snail. It is actually a little snail. I was right.
Yeah, but you are French, so you know what an Aspico is a reference to. But
Yeah.
the English name of the Pokemon. Yeah,
English.
Subaj got it. Subaj got it. I don't know if you are French, but it is Weedle.
Subash. Subage.
Subaj. It's
Weedle.
Subaje.
Weedle.
And yeah, it's
Y'all need to
Weedle.
Talking about French Pokemon, by the way, have you guys seen the starfish? Wait, let me find it. Okay, the
Starfish? I
starfish
do not know what you're talking about.
French Pokemon known. Let me show. Let me show you guys.
I probably do know it because I actually, well, know pretty well Pokemon as mm, my pseudo intends it, but
uh,
and also my PP, my profile picture. I
okay.
put that tiny gene because it's cute, but it's actually a Jigglypuff.
Y'all need to click on this YouTube link, everyone in chat, just while we're waiting, okay? That's a Pokemon, and that's like the voiceover. And listen to the moan. Listen to the. I can't.
Wait. I could actually. Oh, I could actually put that on the stream. I'm not sure if I
Girl,
want to.
the game is. It's fine. It's safe. It's funny. The game's not back yet, so we can just keep talking.
It's fine. Yeah, it's pretty fine.
Wait,
It's
is the
pretty
game
funny
back?
too.
The
Oh,
game
the
is
game is
back.
back.
Yeah.
The game is back, and hey, say hello to the card. It's back
Damn.
too. So now I can I can show you cards when I want. But let's focus on the game. And game is playing a lot about that Anansi. I don't know if there's one or two ends. Where is the second?
Um. Yeah. Do you see the YouTube link? It's really funny. The voiceover is hilarious. So yeah, we are back into the game. Back into the game. We see Atlas coming down. We have the mana for physical training to boost it and then increase it. I agree with playing Atlas right now and boosting it right away. Personally, that's what I would do. It actually is pretty good for Skycrier that we um, that Izu played a card on the other side because splitting stats against a unit that is gigantic is usually a bad strategy
Yep.
because you will lose on both or at least one.
Yeah, you want to focus more. But oh, it's not in his hand. But I will show you. So this is Anansi. This is the game breaker card of the match. Um, so it's a card that gains one boost for each card in reserve, and this is the winning condition for Izhuark. So Izhuark is actively trying to seek for that card or for another Haven, the permanent he has, because they are the cards that puts a lot of statistics for not that much mana. So yeah.
Yeah.
And
Um,
I just take it now, but next turn Skycrier will be able to play a 6/6/6. Oh no, even a 8/8/8 Atlas and
much bigger. Yeah.
a 9/9/9 Blade Dancer.
Also, something good to note is that the only removal in Izhuark's deck, which is the Kraken, sorry, the only removal in Izhuark's hand is the Hooked, which does nothing against a unit that is gigantic because changing the spot of a gigantic unit does not actually do anything. Um,
Yep, effectively, that is right.
so yeah, here we play. We probably will just boost the Atlas here. Naked is 7/7/7, which is pretty threatening, I think. Um, there is also a line where you just play the Blade Dancer on the left.
I'm not sure why he would do that.
To
I
not
mean,
lose a
we
card.
know we know his opponent as hooked, but one point of playing Atlas is that you are playing around hooked, and he has seasoned. If you are not using his seasoned to put pressure on both sides, I'm not sure why you play Atlas. You know what I mean?
Sure, I mean, I agree. I personally would boost it. Um, yeah, I think boosting it seems fine, especially because you're playing first next turn, and playing first is really cool. You just play it right away, and it's huge, and there's no way for the opponent to deal with it unless they tap deck a Kraken's Wrath. Um, Kraken's Wrath obviously would be very, very strong against Atlas next turn.
5 mana, single
Well,
removal.
there's a bug in the card that you're showing.
Oh,
Oh
really?
wait,
Yeah.
we get the Kraken's Wrath. We actually use Trace effects, and we find the only card that actually deals with Atlas.
Yeah, yeah, that could
Change the play.
yeah, change the game, and it also means um yeah, looting got him closer to that. Yeah, that's the kind of card he was seeking too. Just to remind you, it's a one-off in Izhuark's deck, so he only has one Kraken's Wrath, and he got it. And here, Skycrier has to make the choice between making 1 for 1 with that Blade Dancer, or playing into that Kraken's Wrath.
Yeah,
I think I would just play. Oh no, because there's that. Maybe in any case he will make 1 for 1. I'm not sure. He could
I mean,
just. Yeah, I let you. Sorry.
you don't. So that looting get him closer to it, right? Uh, I don't know what you mean by closer to it. Closer to what exactly? But
To the I think what he's saying is that using the traced got
mm,
him to draw the Kraken's Rest, which is right. Yeah, effectively. The point about Trace was just that he used the hero not for the value, but like for the card advantage, because Trace is a card that makes card advantage, and he just used it to discard a card in his hand. So that's
wait,
good, but not
I'm
not
actually
that good.
surprised. I'm surprised we showed that we have a Kraken. Why did we do that?
Oh, didn't he resupplied the Kraken verse
The, um, did we
with
resupply the Kraken?
uh
I actually
as
forgot.
me too, because I was actually looking at the deck list, but
If we showed the Kraken's Wrath, that's a mistake because obviously putting a fleeting card into your reserve is good because um you don't lose the 0.5 value that you would lose if you put an actual non-fleeting card in the reserve. However, putting a unit in the reserve is always better. First of all, because you have Haven. Secondly, because you want to keep the surprise factor of the Kraken. So I'm really, 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 really surprised if we decided to put the Kraken um, from the hand into the reserve. However, this is the rare version, of course, the out of faction, that actually can target multiple units, and in this case, um, we can target the Atlas, and we can target the Blade Dancer because it costs 1. So it actually is very dangerous for Skycrier in this spot.
yep, he is a dangerous man. Why is he using fleeting? Oh, because the colors are too close. What is going on the board right now? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't necessarily understand. That's fine.
Oh, do
Um,
they have a doubt? They are not sure about what is. I don't know. Why did they put fleeting things on the board?
not necessarily sure. Why are we putting fleeting on spells that are fleeting? Okay. Um,
There are a lot of things going on right now.
that's fine.
But that's fine.
We
Yeah,
appreciate the effort.
yeah.
So here,
Maybe they wanted to change the colors a bit.
yeah, I'll just spice it up. I do think that the Kraken is actually really, really big for Traced. Um, did we salvage it? That's the question. I think we salvaged it
Oh,
because there's
look at
what's
that
the draw?
atlas.
I mean, does it matter?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I mean we already have
I
one.
mean, I think it's gonna be a great mana, but
Yeah.
it's still good to see it.
So the way we dodge the Kraken is by playing small units and hoping that we make them pay because they're at 8, right? We make them pay more than 8 by playing 2 small units or 3 small units, and then we hope that they don't have enough mana to use the Kraken anymore, and then we play the Atlas. So ideally, we played the Blade Dancer, the first one from hand. We played the Helping Hand, etc., etc. But it's very risky. It
Well,
probably won't work because
mm,
Axiom plays a lot of small units, so they will beat you at that game.
I mean, what you could do here, if I was Skycrier, I would just start off with that Blade Dancer, because what you tell your opponent is, do you Kraken's Wrath now? And if Izhuark Kraken's Wrath is on the spot, then he used the 5 mana against 3 mana, and he has the Atlas, so he can do that. But if he doesn't, then Skycrier will be able to use a helpful hand. So Kraken's Wrath won't be that useful because it just sends to reserve. So
Sure. Yeah.
and yeah, they have a doubt about if they already advanced or not. And that's the point where they will be like, yeah, Skycrier has one expedition in advance since the start of the game, so he still has it.
Yeah. Sorry. Um, I think that Skycrier has one uh
Yeah,
like advantage, one expedition
yep,
advantage, not two.
yep, that's it. But it's a
Because
bit
if
weird, you know. That's the part of Alter that's hard for the brain when you know there's a lot of difference between your expedition and the opponent expedition, you know, and they are
mm,
like kind of in a cross. So so
yeah,
yeah, I understand why they're having a hard time.
um, it is slightly difficult still for Skycrier. I'm believing the hand is not that good for Traced, but we still have the power that we can put the Salvager from hand into the reserve draw, resupply with it, see what we can do, etc., etc. So here, I think you just have to slow play as much as possible because you have Kraken's Wrath, and slow playing means playing the 2 small units from your hands.
And he chooses to put that Blade Dancer on mana.
Did we put mana from? Why are we ahead 1 mana in Bazira? Did we put a Jin? I forget. Was Yeah, we did
Yeah,
put
the
small
tiny
Jin.
gene resupplied on the early game.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, that actually makes sense. We decided to put the blade dancer into the mana. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, cause I think the game plan is to be Blade Dancer, uh, helping hand, Blade Dancer, you know, or something like that.
Mm,
If it's sent to reserve again, there is something fun too. that Skycrier could do, but I don't think he will think about doing it. Is in Altered, you choose targets at the resolution, so you could just for 1 mana play Helping Hand targeting nothing and just 1 mana go. I don't know if that's good.
No,
I'm not sure
you
if
don't
he
do
will
that.
think about doing it, but
I mean,
that would be a fun thing to do.
you could just play the Blade Dancer first, and then play Helping Hand on it, which is the
Yeah,
same,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
You still have
I
mana
think
for Atlas from the reserve.
I think that's the best, and you commit less about. Oh well, I was about to say sabotage, but there is no sabotage in his list. In Izhuark's list, I think,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. So yeah, no chance.
So I think Skycrier is hesitating between the Blade Dancer and the Atlas.
Yep, but paying 3 mana is probably a blade dancer.
I'm very surprised by the Atlas first, to be very honest.
Yep, me too. But that's what is going on. That's what's beautiful about that game.
Yeah, so big Atlas coming down. I don't necessarily understand why we started with the highest mana card. Especially because we know they have the Kraken in the reserve, so slow playing was more important overall. But we'll see how this turns out for Skycrier. Isn't playing zero sabotage kind of wrong? Surely playing something with sabotage makes you or your opponent consider it as a thing. Yes, I think in an open decklist tournament, in an open decklist match, not playing any sabotage is objectively wrong. In basically every single deck in the game.
Yep, I agree. You know, sabotage is just a basic mechanic of the game.
Mm.
So you can just ignore it. It's gonna happen at one point or another, and if you don't, your opponent will. Yeah.
So we decided to play the Amelia Earhart from the hand into the reserve, which I agree with completely. Because sure, you can put a permanent there and then not lose the 0.5 value, but Amelia is not a card that you play from hand, so it's already a 0.5.
Yep.
Sorry if I'm using technical terms. You guys can ask any questions at any time, of course. So I like the Amelia here because it's a cheap play that gives back priority and
Yep.
says, I want to see what you do, and I have this Kraken's Wrath, and I'm going to use it on you, and then you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, and actually, Skycrier is in such a difficult spot right now. You know?
Yeah, I think it's the Atlas first was insane, to be honest. But
And
I don't know if
and
it.
yeah, just yeah, you can, and I will respond to Chen just after.
No, go ahead.
Uh, I was just about to say that Altered is that weird game where you don't count cards one by one, but 0.5 by 0.5 because each card you play actually goes into the reserve afterward. So playing card from your hand will go into the reserve and be played from the reserve. So you can either count your cards as 2 by 2 or
Mm.
1 by 1 and 0.05, you know. So that's a bit weird, but yes, that's the point that 0.5 card is a card from reserve. So that's it.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be easier to call them like one and then the cards from hand two, but in my head it makes more sense to call them 0.5.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Because 2 would mean like that one card is 2, that doesn't make sense. Whereas one card from reserve is a half, that makes sense.
Yeah. So here we play a one cost card. the little Salvager on the other side. We know we have a Kraken. We know the Skycrier doesn't have a lot of mana left. You know that the Kraken is coming. So here, we can't actually play the Blade Dancer, because if we play the Blade Dancer, we just lose the game, because we lose the
Yeah.
Blade Dancer and we lose Atlas. I mean, we don't lose Atlas, but it goes into the reserve, and that's not good.
I
So
mean,
we choose to.
I'm sorry, but I just start to understand that the game plan of Skycrier is just to Atlas win because he knows his opponent has no other Kraken's Wrath is the only spot removal of his decks. Izhuark just played the only card that can handle an Atlas, and now there is a new. How much is it gonna be? It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, plus 1 plus 7, plus 1 from base 0. So it's gonna be a 13, 13, 13 Atlas coming out of the reserve, and that's a big baby.
Yeah. I mean, here I think the removal card in hand, so the Mana Eruption, I believe that's what the name is not really that good, because we know Trace plays a lot of small units. Not useful. The Sabotage, however, could be useful, because that Salvager in the reserve right there is not only a 2/2 for 2, but also a resupply that they can play from the reserve. And it's bigger from the reserve because we have the Haven. So I think we put either we put Atlas in the reserve. I personally would put the second Atlas in the reserve. There's no time in this game where you're gonna be able to play it. There's no shot. So you,
I don't know. I think I would just put Mana Eruption into reserve or the Sabotage.
wait, Sabotage has
Atlas,
to be
Atlas is your win condition, you know.
the second one. You don't have time to play the second one.
Yes, you do. Once you play
No,
the
which
first one,
what
okay.
game are we watching? Okay.
Let's say you play your first Atlas, which is in the reserve. Okay, it's nice. You have a big baby. It will win both expeditions. Okay, sure. But how do you win the last expedition without losing? And
Well, you don't
keeping
need
the
to win the next
Atlas.
last expedition without losing, because what you do is you play Atlas now, you move twice, and then the turn after you play the Blade Dancer, which is huge, and then you block on one side, and you advance on that side. You don't need.
Well,
Uh,
that's the point. I think he considers that the advantage of having an Atlas. I mean, he could play the Atlas as a mana next turn, but he doesn't have to do that this turn. You know what I mean?
I understand. However, I do think that if we're planning on using a card for next turn, possibly, why not keep a card that you could use for this turn, like the Sabotage maybe, or I think Sabotage is more useful next turn than Atlas, for example, because it's kind of the same stats, since you only need to win on one side, and on top of being the same stats, you also remove a card from the opponent's reserve, which is very valuable against a trace that runs Haven.
Yeah, well, I kinda get it. I get both. I also get that I lost about it earlier, but Atlas has that support ability to give 2 boosts, and just doing Atlas Atlas and next turn having the possibility of doing 0 mana plus you plus you plus you is good too.
So what do you want to do right now? You want to use the support effect of the Atlas in the reserve, give
No,
plus
no,
2.
I'm talking about next turn. Like this turn, Skycrier could just play one Atlas, play the second one, win both sides most likely because he will have like 17, 17, 17 on both sides. And then next turn, he will assure himself of winning the game using both Atlas, Blade Dancer, and Mana Eruption, you know. It's just a kind of life insurance.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I actually think we're hitting the 100% win rate for Skycrier, because if we follow the line with first Atlas into Blade Dancer next turn, what Oh, we use Mana Eruption to remove the permanents.
Haven. Okay, I thought he would do it, next turn, but why not?
That's you just remove one and two of them pop out. I think that's really cool, personally. It is very interesting.
That's nasty.
Yeah, it is actually kind of nasty, a little bit.
I mean,
Um,
uh, I put myself at a Skycrier point of view, just being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna remove his Haven, and then your opponent
yeah,
just plays one Haven, and there's another in the reserve,
yeah.
and you're just like, oh, 3 mana, nothing, nice.
But the thing is, I don't know if you have a chance, if there's any universe where you lose, even with like triple Haven on the board, like if you keep that card for next turn for units. So you do what you said. You do Atlas now, second Atlas now. You keep the support effect of the second Atlas. You put it on the Blade Dancer. It gets +2, so it gets +3. It gets +4 with Bazira, +1 with herself. So it's huge. It's a so 8, 9, 13. So it's a 13 card, right? All over. And then you just need to win on one side. You keep the Mana Eruption. You remove something that's statted, like a Keelan Elemental or something that's pretty big. And I think there's no way you lose.
The game is pretty good for Skycrier right now.
Still?
And just so you know, to get the little button up, so from 0 to 13, the judges have to click 13 times. So there they had to click 13 times 6, which makes like 78 times just for that one atlas. So thank you for the judges and people who helps on TTS to click buttons, so the players don't have to do it, and so it's easier for the casters. Thank you.
Down. We do play the Haven. We are forced to play because we know we can't win right now from Izhuark's side. So we have to play the second Haven, and we don't have to play anything. We can just remove the the mechanical training, remove the hooked, because hooked is useless against Atlas, and hooked is useless against the Blade Dancer in the situation where the opponents can win by moving once. So we remove those two from the reserve. Those two are gone. We have 4 cards in the reserve. What we could do right now is maybe cycle something. So maybe,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
yeah, I agree.
Mm.
You don't agree?
I mean, if you had turned a good card this way, you would be so sad that it's a good card because you have so much good card in your reserve right now. No, but he
Um,
decides to do it with all cards, so why not? But when you have only good cards, why not just keeping them rather than using other good cards from your decks?
it depends. I think it's open deck list, right? And you know exactly what's left in your deck. You should be playing around what's left in your deck and understanding if
Oh
it's
yeah.
worth
But here
replaying
he's
or not.
looking for an Anansi. We agree. So just to put it back, Anansi. Oh, I clicked Anas. That's not good. And there's how do? Oh yeah, that's right here. Anansi. So he did resupplied one, but
Yeah.
now he will have only 2 cards in reserve. He will have only 2 cards from the draw. It would have been better to draw that Anansi. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I agree with you. You have to keep the Salvager and you have to keep the Anansi, I think, actually. So you remove Amelia, keep the Salvager, you need the value. You have too much cards in hand. I mean, too much mana.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you can move Amelia, keep Anansi, and Anansi maybe, hopefully, is able to contest the Blade Dancer, which is like not likely at all.
And Shun is going. Thanks for watching,
Good
and
night,
have a
Challenge.
good night. I hope you appreciate it and you will appreciate the VOD. I don't know how VOD is handled by Twitch. All everyone can have VODs. Oh well, it will be on YouTube, I guess.
Yeah.
So okay,
The
drawing.
hand is not that good.
Izhuark did draw some good cards. Skycrier did too, because damn, that Chiron is doing something.
Is it?
Well, Chiron and Atlas.
I think you're
It's
hyper focused on this Atlas. This Atlas is small. I know size doesn't matter. This Atlas is too small. We only need to win on one side. Why are we talking about Atlas?
Atlas is going to be 10 total stats. You know, 10 10 10, 5 5 5 on each side, and it's
But we don't need the other side, so it's only a 5-5-5. We only need one
yes
side.
you do.
No, you
You
don't.
have to put pressure on your opponent on both sides.
No, you don't. You need to win
Yeah,
on one side. If you win and block on one side, you have won the game.
yeah, but I would rather overwin the game than just win it. You know.
But that's no. Playing a gigantic unit in a situation where you need to win on one side is risky.
What is the risk? You know, that's what I'm curious about. You know, your opponent does not have any sabotage. You know that your opponent has not any removal. It's not like you're playing against Akesha. You know.
I'm not talking about the reserve. I'm just talking about raw stats. You're paying 5 to put a 3-3-3 on the board.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a 5 5 5 next turn. I mean, I think it's just
What next turn?
no. Next turn, I mean, there you will play Chiron, put 2 counters
Yeah,
on Atlas, and it's gonna be a 5 5 5. You know.
sure. I'm still not convinced,
I see you're
unfortunately.
not. I see
No.
you on that. But
I
don't
think
worry. I think Skycrier will win anyway, so doesn't matter that much. Unless Izhuark pays 4 mana for Robin Hood.
um yeah, sure. I still don't necessarily understand the point of splitting, but that's fine. And I also don't understand the reason why we're using Bazira's power right now when we could just keep it and use it when Blade Dancer comes from the reserve.
Yeah, well, anyway, you will use it on Atlas, I guess. So
This should be a win for Skycrier. I don't think we can advance, if I'm not mistaken.
what he
Honestly,
replies, and yeah, probably not gonna be enough.
I mean, the Blade Dancer is way too big, unfortunately. The question
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
how big is that Anansi, though? It's a
It's gonna be
7-7-7,
4
honestly.
5 6. It's gonna be a 6 6 6.
7.
Am I missing
Oh,
something? It's a 2 2
6?
2 plus 2 from the oven
Oh,
plus
yeah,
2
you're
from
right.
the cards
You're
and
right.
reserves.
You're right. You're right.
Okay. But yeah, Stargazer. I mean, Izhuark is doing some nasty things right here. Like
Izhuark or Skycrier?
Izhuark, he probably won't win the game, but we have to see what the deck does. He's going to play that deck at least once more, and if that's what he did against, probably not that good of a matchup, I mean, Skycrier can be scared. And
I mean, I
Skycrier,
think Waru destroys Trace. So for me, we might actually have like a game 5. Like
yeah,
no, not
yeah,
game 5, game
I
6.
agree. I agree. It's very possible.
Are we okay? So can we contest?
We'll try to, but thanks to that Atlas, he won't be able to contest
No,
on both sides, and that is the beauty.
that's
Just
not how it
kidding.
works.
That Atlas is way too overkill, but I would rather overkill than underkill.
Wait, we're actually getting closer. Hold on. No, we don't have
Yeah, but
enough.
3 mana, 1 card in hand, 1 card in reserve. If he wins like on one, maybe one thing, but he doesn't even have water. He doesn't have the nature with him. Flow of elements are against him. So yeah, you bet that we will see Waru Trace next match.
I mean, depends. Does Skycrier want to win or not?
I mean, either way, he will have to play those matches, you know. He will
Yeah,
have to
right.
play Afanas Trace at one point.
But these, it doesn't, it matters because fatigue takes, if you think that you're more endurance than the opponent and you think the opponent is going to be fatigued by game 3, then it is better for you to play the Waru
Okay,
first.
okay. So you think that it's more important to take a psychology advantage because you could see the argument on the other way, like keep your easy matchup for the last game when you will be tired.
Well, that's on you though. I won't be tired.
Okay. Well, if we're going for game 5, we are also going for some water, so
Yeah, I'm drinking right now. Everyone drink a little bit.
don't forget to take some water. I'll be back.
Mm. I will stay, I think. Well, I don't have enough water anymore, but I'll stay. Hopefully we see another Waru game. Hopefully we see another double Waru game. That's all I'm asking for. Am I asking for too much? You guys tell me. But yeah, I want to see double Robin because double Robin is too toxic, and I need to make it aware for the community, like how toxic it actually is. Have you guys started like exchanging uniques and stuff? Or not
And
yet?
I'm back. Back
Welcome
from the
back
dead.
from the dead.
The dead. From the dead. No! No, that's not what.
What?
Because, forget it. I, I'm, I'm
Alright.
starting to be tired personally.
You know what? Not me. I am full of energy. I will be tired if I see another Wario game, but
Oh
so
yeah.
far,
Are you saying you will fall asleep?
yeah.
Because you know, Waru actually falls the first character asleep, you know, so that's the funny part.
Mm. When are they starting again?
It should go on in a few minutes. In 3 minutes. Three.
Mm. Okay, and exactly. Exactly 3 minutes. True. There's a 10-minute delay. I forgot. I'm an idiot. If you guys have any uniques that work with Lindy Way, this is my calling. Please help me out.
You can reach out Curvy on Discord.
There's nothing. There's nothing. So this match is probably going to be Waru against Trace, and we said Waru is going to be really good against Trace. Yeah, I mean, the deck is really good against it. We have the AC ducks that are rares. We have some legates. It obviously depends on how many Robins we draw.
Wait, which card are you talking about? Are you talking about the Legate?
Okay, we don't have to say it like that.
Wow.
But yes.
I'm just trying to, fill up the table.
Fill up what table?
I don't know what I meant. Just
We're just dabbling. We
how
don't
can
know
how
what we're
can you
talking about.
can you say
The game?
meubler in English? How do you say that? Oh no.
Furnitured?
We are furnituring? I don't know, I never heard that.
The
But
game
yeah,
is
anyway.
starting in a minute. It actually has
Then
started right now.
we will need to meuble for not so much because it's starting.
Oh,
And you are
Robin.
right, it is Waru.
This sounds bad though, kinda.
And no sub age. It's a format where each player have to validate decks, and once you have validated the deck you are using, you can't play it anymore because the goal is obviously to validate the 3 different decks, so you can't play again a deck you already won with. So no, she's forced to play Trace.
Are we considering to put 2 Quetta in mana? I feel
Executor
like
seems like a great card for the matchup.
Yeah, I feel like Charge is the first one that needs to just dip into the mana, like right away. There's no really like
Yeah, I agree. Charge is not the card of the situation, but it is good with Quetzalcoatl. I think he's hesitating between Robin Hood and Charge because Charge means you can play Attorney plus Charge day 2.
Why we okay.
You know? And you're not
Yeah,
on the play day 2, so Robin Hood isn't that interesting. I don't know. Oh, and he plays attorney. Okay, I don't know what to say anymore. That's
yeah, I don't necessarily understand the lines of play that are happening right now, but maybe we want to have like a strong turn next turn by playing Queta and then using charge to like win next turn. So we can like, but the problem is we want to play the Robin, I think, next turn at least. So
yeah.
I'm not sure why we put our best cards into the mana.
Yeah, me neither. We'll see what he cooked. Skycrier is cooking.
Yeah, definitely interesting line of play this whole game, this whole like match.
Yep.
Um,
But Izhuark has some nasty cards because he will be able to turn to day 2 play 2 cards from reserve, so 2 counters. Put one resupply the Lyra card into reserve, which will be 0 mana resupply. So put a third counter on Traced on day 2. Hell yeah, that is something you want. On day 3 it will be active. It will be able to be activated, you know.
mm.
So entering the late game on turn on day 3. Yep, all we are asking for. He
Here, the
drew
game would have.
attorney. He drew attorney charge. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's kind of funny.
Yeah, maybe we put the other attorney in mana.
Yeah, I don't think
But
so.
it would be really cool if we played Robin. If we had the token right now and play Robin right away, I think it would be over. If we were playing first.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Because
we are playing first
Skycrier.
next turn. So what we could do right now is sleep the attorney and then play charge, which is a
Yeah,
perfect
yeah.
amount of mana, if that's what we wanted to do.
Oh, but Izhuark drew another Lyra card and an Amelia. Things are going perfectly on both sides, so that will be a great game.
Yeah, I agree with putting Amelia into mana, personally. I don't see how you're gonna pull it out. I guess you do with the Ada. You put Ada
But
into.
it is a scary thing to do some resupply loops against the Quetzalcoatl, but I think it's better to do it all in once, you know. So you know your opponent will win both sides, but it's fine. You will lose, but you activate your hero. Is the point of the deck. So yeah,
Yeah, because here we put a card into the reserve, we draw, activate Quetzal, maybe resupply, activate Quetzal again.
and I
It's
think he's putting just the second token that he forgotten before. Because he has one token from the morning phase and one token from the Waru, and I think he
no.
forgotten the
I think
Waru
we just
one.
forgot. I think we just forgot it.
Yep. So that's why he's putting it.
No. Oh. Oh.
You know what I
Okay.
mean?
I know what you mean.
Oh
Oh,
no,
we just forgot it actually.
he forgot both, and then he's playing Robin Hood. Hmm. That is some questionable choices, but interesting ones. And his
I mean, he's
opponent will resupply anyway, so not really punished, not really any reason to be punished.
Are we
And
gonna play another token? Hopefully.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, technically, we forgot a token, so we could have moved instead of. I mean, we're still moving, I guess. So we're not punished by the token that we forgot.
yep, never punished.
Interesting.
um, what do you think about that Kraken's Wrath being resupplied?
I think it's gonna be a brick this whole game.
Yeah,
I don't think it's worth
I
using
kind
on
of agree.
Robin.
Even though he has a lot of tokens, Kraken's Wrath isn't the card of the situation right now.
Mm-hmm.
6 mana, take out Robin Hood. No, not gonna be great.
I'm personally a little bit confused as to why we're holding on to this charge for so long. I personally don't even like that card. I think it's a really strong card in War because you have at least 2 units after you sleep something on next turn. So the worst thing it can be is a 2 mana 2/2, and the best thing it can be is like a 2 mana 6/6/6 or 7/7/7. So it can definitely pop off. It can win you games, but I just feel like it's not a card that you play in the first 7 days. So I don't.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
maybe it's fine to have a card that is really that strong in the late game, you know?
yeah, okay.
It's like keeping a win condition. So maybe it won't be useful for the first turns, but later it will. I don't know. I mean, it's questionable as always.
But I'm liking the lines of play, so that's fine. We still have 2 mana perfects. We can play an Ozma, or we can like sleep or play a journey to draw or advance. So here the Robin is on the board. So everything that Izhuark is playing is going to cost a lot more. The resupply is going to cost 3, and if we do that, we won't have mana to do anything but the Stargazer from hands. So it's gonna be a rough turn, I think. For
Yeah, rough spot for Izhuark,
yeah,
which isn't that
absolutely.
much. He had a good spot in the beginning of the game, but right now it's not really catching up. Force his
No, it's
opponents.
not.
Oh, four, always more.
Yeah, so we play.
Why is he lowering the
So
number?
it's a 1/2/1 that costs 2.
Yeah, I don't know why he's marking down 1/1/1. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Just a mistake. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, from Skycrier's point of view, isn't the best just to play Ozma on the right side and win the expedition, plus draw a card, plus make some card advantage because you have Quetzalcoatl on board? You know? Seems fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you can do anything you want, really. I think you can either plan out for next turn by playing a sleeping unit and possibly give 1 expedition away. Or you play the Ozma right now on the right side, try to contest um, the trace from moving. So here, if you play that, you have to sleep it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
pretty
I
sure.
agree. If he doesn't sleep it, it's a mistake to play it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all.
Yeah, me neither. But maybe we don't see the line, the specific lines here because yeah.
Well, what could Skycrier be afraid that costs 2 mana? You know,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
was
yeah.
definitely afraid of a card that normally costs 2 mana, but he would have cost 3 mana. That would have stopped him from advancing. I don't know. Maybe Kellan Elemental because it would be 1, 2. No, because oh no, he doesn't resupply, so it does 1, 2. Here it says 1-2. Okay, maybe he thought about Kellen Elemental, but maybe we're just digging too deep and he didn't.
Kellen Elemental couldn't be played because of Robin.
Yes, it could. He had 3 mana left.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
That makes sense. Hopefully we don't forget the token from the Quetta, maybe. I think it seems to me
Play the
that
cards?
it's fine though. We draw another charge. Very interesting. I can understand keeping both of them right now because it's about value, right? And I think that the teamwork training is worse than charge against Traced because usually Traced will play small units and you're trying to remove, if you remove something small, it's not as worth as giving +1/+1 to every unit you have. So teamwork training here is worse than the double charge. So keeping the double charge is actually makes more sense to me.
Well,
Personally.
knowing that your opponent has a Kraken's Wrath and has a Wincon as Anansi, I think I would just put the charge as a mana. Oh, and he doesn't forget the token. Yay!
Nice. I think we won't have. I don't think the Kraken's Wrath is coming down anytime soon. I don't think it's coming down this turn. I don't think it's coming down next turn. And you can win with double charge.
It's a very possible possibility.
I just because we can. So it's about holding up mana, right? To hold up charge, you're holding up 2. So you're threatening charge by holding up 2. So you can play other things. However, Izhuark has to hold up 5, and holding up 5 is not as easy as holding up 2. So you can just like do like an Ozma and then do like an attorney, give back priority, and they will have to either use the Kraken's Wrath right away or tap under. Like for now, like as an example, like right now they're at 4 mana and they will not have enough, and then you can use your charge and then win on both sides twice in a row. That's why I don't think the teamwork training is good to keep compared to the charge in this spot.
Well, pretty much, yeah.
We're given a very detailed analysis on plays. I mean, that's how I usually cast in general. Is like I will just talk about the specific plays or the specific matchup and stuff like that, which is like I just don't talk about what's happening in the game specifically. Oh, the opponent played the elemental on that side, and then oh they did that and that. I'm more of like I like analyzing plays and talking about why I think they're good or bad.
And I think here, Skycrier doesn't have to bother with all that. He can just play, a Robin Hood, Attorney, draw a card, your cards cost 1 more, they both sleep. Next turn I win both expeditions, I drew a card,
I
I
have
will
a
have
hot take.
token. Something like that.
I have a hot take. My hot take is that Robin Hood is bad here. I think you keep it until next turn. And then you play it first
Ooh.
next turn.
Yeah, but if you do that, what are you playing?
I mean, we
And
have the
you
Ozma,
you
we have
have
the
you have
Attorney.
to see here, you are not allowed to play that attorney because of the Kraken's Wrath. Because he has the Martingale that can play the Kraken's Wrath, so
Yeah, but like
I think Ozma isn't that good.
I disagree. I think Ozma is perfect.
Okay, you draw a
I think
card, but your opponent just gonna do
Kraken is
discard
fine.
Mentagal,
I will take Kraken. That's 100% fine.
Kraken's Wrath literally wipes out all your board and activates Traced power.
Well, first of all, it doesn't wipe up the whole board. It keeps a token.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why? Kraken's Rest can target up to 4 characters?
But token costs as 1 mana.
No. Token costs 0.
They count as 0
They
for
count
Kraken?
as 0. That's why Kraken's Rest is good against
Interesting.
tokens. So he's just gonna target every single character, put 2 counter on trace, activate 0.
You would have played Robin just to stop that?
Yeah, of course I would.
Yeah, actually, I agree.
I'm not only saying stupid things.
Most of the time.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. Ozma isn't discarded. Well, too late, but Ozma is actually in the result. I don't know if they will see that. I hope so, but it isn't starting. It isn't looking like it. Yeah, it's pretty sad that they didn't show it, but if he plays the Robin Hood, yeah, he's just been punished like so hard. And
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think you play Robin here, unfortunately. I think you just take the mana loss and you sleep a turn and you draw more cards. There's no reason to play
I
Robin
agree.
here.
I agree. I don't see why playing that Robin Hood right now. Like
It's
you
stopping
already
0
lost your
cards.
resources.
Yeah. Because if you play it next turn, you have its effect running for 2 turns, whereas right now you only have its effect running for 1 turn.
Yeah, and you won't have like the attorney didn't have the okay. Let me do it. The power of attorney is that when you lost, you can just draw a card and have 3/3 for 2 mana for next turn. And that was exactly the spot where you could do that. You could just do
Yeah.
2 mana. Next turn, I will have a 3/3, and
Yeah.
I have drawn a card, so I'm making more value.
Mm.
But it didn't happen. And
I actually really like the Sandman top deck. You have to sleep this Robin. This Robin needs to go to sleep.
yeah. It's gonna do a great dodo.
I don't think you have to not get baited by his stuck right here. You have to sleep no matter what the price is. Even if you get 2 owed right now, you get like 3 owed. You still have to sleep this Robin.
Yeah, and I think even more, your companion expedition is in water, so you can have like such a great turn by putting Sandman into water just with your Robin Hood. Like you play some card to bait, like Attorney on the companion side, sleeping it or something like that.
Do you agree with this token on the other side?
Yeah. I think I would fight on water because Sandman is water and the hero side is on forest for your opponent.
So here's the reason why I add this like that. Okay? If we're playing at a high level game and we're assuming the opponent is very smart, they're gonna pick up on things. There's no reason to put the token on the other side. The only reason you put the token on the other side, 90% of the time, is when you have an stuck and you want to like put everything on one side. So if you do that,
What?
you actually bait the opponent into thinking that you're gonna play an stuck. So
I'm not sure about that. I think you're complicating it too much.
no, I think it's
You're just putting a token on the other side because you already have a winning side. You don't have to get another winning side. You know.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying though.
You can do
I'm
that
talking about
again.
I'm talking about reads. If you put a token on the same side as Robin, the
Yeah.
only reason to do it is if you want to follow it up with an Isita.
Well, not
So
obviously. You could just force it and break the barrier. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, honestly.
Okay, consider he had put the token on the same side as Robin Hood. What
Mm.
would Izhuark think? Either, oh, he has an easy task, so I'm gonna bait with my 2 mana cards, or let's play the game and see what happens. Easy task costs 5 mana, it's not nothing, and Skycrier is the first player to play. So,
I don't
oh,
understand what
and
you're saying. What I'm saying is, if the token has been put next to Robin, the next unit that Izhuark
well,
is playing is going to be played on the Robin side.
yeah,
You
I
have
got it. I got
okay.
what you were saying, but I'm just not so sure it's that you know it's that important.
I think it's
Is
very
Izhuark
important.
Izhuark knows what you can and what you can't do, and he knows that you could have an easy task or you could not have it. Either way, it's fine, you know. So so
I think let
I
me
get
give
what
you
you're
let me give you
saying. I think it's
let me
smart, but it could also self bait Skycrier or Izhuark to sink too deep into that.
no. I think let me okay. I think if you put the token on the left side right now where Robin is, I think Izu that Anansi gets dropped on that side. By the way, on the side
Yeah.
where the token is, most likely. Meaning that the Sandman that you're gonna play after on the right side is gonna be in a better position than right now.
Well, I'm not sure about that because I mean
It's min
I
maxing.
agree with you if Izhuark was the first player, but knowing that Skycrier is the first player, he doesn't have as much resources to bait his opponent. So why not? So it's a great reflection. I get it. I don't know if everyone followed it to the edge. It's going to be it's starting to be a bit late, but yeah, I get what you said. It's smart. It's working. In this spot, it did not happen, but it could have. We can see that Skycrier decides to play his removal right now
Mm-hmm.
rather than the charge because his opponent could have a 1 mana play, well 2 mana play that costs one without Robin Hood, and
Mm.
he decides to hook, and that is until he gets that he will be 2 for 1.
I mean, is Hooks good here? Because you're still one oh. I mean 1-1. Sorry, because you move on the other side and you're
No, because Izhuark is moving on forest actually, so that hooked could be 2 for 1 rather than 1 for 1. You know what I mean? Oh no, because it's a 1-2-1.
no.
Oh no,
Yeah, that's what I'm
you're right.
saying.
Never mind, never mind. I didn't say anything. Yes,
Right now it's
Stargazer is only one
in water.
in water.
So what? So we did a 1-0. I mean, we did a 1-1 just on the
Just
other
to
side.
put a card in reserve, I don't know. Maybe he want to stay still on the water because he knows he has that 1/3/3 that will contest it. And oh, and it denies the draw from attorney too. Yeah. So
The nice draw
actually,
from attorney. Okay, so it's like plus. It's like 2 mana to stop them from drawing one card.
yeah. It's
Okay, I
quite a
like it.
smart move actually.
I like it actually. I was wrong. We do have the AC Talk though. That's gonna be really hard to deal with. But we have the hooked that can change the spot of the AC Talk. So I don't even think it's gonna be coming down right now until that. I mean, that hooked is gonna threaten the AC Talk the whole game. So we have to find a way to make the opponent use it. I love the other Sandman that's gonna sleep the Robin again. I think it's great.
Yeah, you love that, huh?
That's amazing.
I think Skycrier can just legitimately win the game. without
Who?
even needing. I mean, he can just play altered. He doesn't have to play bureaucrats, you know? He
Yeah.
can just play Sunman winning on the water, Sunman sleeping Robin Hood winning on either side,
Mm.
and just
You
playing
can
regular altered with more characters, more cards in hand, more
you can
board.
just you can just 2-0 here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's a high
That's
chance you can. Because you
he
have
could
mana
even
for
he could just use the Sunman on the opponents, you know.
I like that he's stuck into mana.
Yep, me too.
You can slow play it. You have the so the best line of play I think is playing the Sandman from the reserve into the other Sandman, possibly sleeping something from the opponent into using charge, and that should, I think, make you move on both sides, in my opinion.
Yeah, he can even start with Ordis Trooper because he has the mana for. Because the Sandman from reserve costs only 2 mana.
True, absolutely. You can just like slow play as much as possible.
Yep.
I think it's better to play the Sandman right now because it's open information. Yeah, I like it. Okay, nice.
Yep.
Playing the
And he agrees.
the lowest card in your hand or reserve is not always the best because
By the way, I
sometimes
think just sorry, but I don't really know why this Lovelace was played on the water side while there is a mountain side. Um, he could have contested the mountain side, um, but he went for the water, and it could cost him a lot because that 1 point of statistics uh, could be a game changer. But he went for the side where there was only a 1/1/1 token.
yeah,
Is a trooper. And it's probably gonna be another murderous Robin Hood.
it does look pretty rough for Trist for Izhuark, I think.
Well,
It should be just GG.
he just wins the game on the spot. So GG for Skycrier.
It's literally what we predicted. More wins against Trist, FNS
Yep.
against Trist. Um,
And the
Third game
last
is going to be
match
very interesting. So we're playing 5 games this
again.
time.
Again, the 5 games going over and over. So yeah, that was a pretty cool game though. Like
Mhm.
it was it was not one-sided, you know. It was pretty close. I mean, he Skycrier had the advantage, but he could have lost it. He could have been overplayed at some point or another, and it didn't happen. So yeah, what do you think the next and final match will be favored for? Who will be the most favorites? If you're still with me or drinking water.
I'm here. I think it will be fair for. I would say FNS. I think
Okay, what makes you think that? The
the lack of
interactions?
the lack of interactions. Yeah, we only have one Kraken. Statistically, very low chance of drawing it. If we draw it, the matchup is better for Trist. If we don't, then it's better for FNS, I think.
Okay,
Is
I get it.
Trist really that weak, or do that heroes
Well,
counter him?
do you want to answer that? Or do
My
I?
answer is Trist is not weak at all. Warrior is just really good into Trist.
Yep. And moreover, I would just add that that trace list uh, has made the choice to put some weak interactions. I'm thinking about mechanical training and hooked. I think those are really questionable choices of slots, you know, and it's normal. It's the game is. I mean, just to remind you, those people had like 1 week to build decks with hundreds of cards that they discovered on the spot. Because obviously they knew some of them, but a lot of them were to discovered. So yeah, they managed to do what they could with what they have, and also means sometimes not playing or not thinking about the right thing. For example, I think mechanical training is really too weak. It's smart because it can resupply, but it's just too weak of a card. Whereas the lack of sabotage or general interactions is pretty sad. On the other hand, however, Skycrier did not miss on the interaction in his decks. Uh, he didn't at all. Uh, his Havana's decklist plays Tooth Fairy and three Spycraft, which are cards that straight up sabotage. He's playing some of Hugo and Banishing Gates, which send cards to reserve or discard. So yeah, that will be a harsh match, and it's actually starting right now. We are entering the final game of the finals. Oh, and we are not. Thing happened. I'm gonna check for bits. Oh yeah, it's gonna. They had a bug on cards visibility. It's gonna be back in a minute. So no worry. No worry, it's gonna be back. And yeah. So FNS could be a bit favored, but small one for one isn't always the best thing. Mostly against decks like Trace,
I'm back.
which makes a lot of value.
Okay, final game of this whole championship. The grand finale, the game that takes the whole thing. This is the game that matters, the only game that matters. And we see that in the only game that matters, we see Two Haven.
Oh là là. Aïe 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 aïe.
Izhuark's hand. Well, just as I thought,
Just as you thought.
you people will do more tournaments. Probably, yeah, I think so. You should join the Discord.
Yep,
But
I
yeah,
don't know if there is a exclamation mark Discord. No, there is not. I can just straight up send the link.
send you the link. We see that Izu's hand is really good. I don't know why we're thinking about mechanical training. That card is just not a good card, especially early game. okay, we decide to do the correct mulligan, then we have a pretty average hand in Skycrier's hand. So what we really want is the Mage Dancer. The Mage Dancer is such a key card for FNS in general because it generates a draw. But we do have the Blade Dancer. Blade Dancer will do okay for now. And I like
he takes out
these.
the anchor.
Yeah, I personally would have put the draw into mana, but that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, both are reasonable things to put in mana. I think the theory between putting the anchor as a mana is that you already make the value twice with by removing fleeting. But now, what is going to be your day two? You know? Oh yeah, you're not gonna be really mana efficient. You know? You're gonna be
Yeah,
a good turn, but not as mana efficient as your opponent could.
I like that we play the Haven first into playing the one drop first. A second, so we can actually dodge the contesting of the Blade Dancer here. It would actually be if Skycrier is taking time right now to think, just to bait a one cast card in hand. You think that's what's happening?
Yeah, maybe, or maybe they're just talking. You know, they were
Right.
having some troubles just before, so let's not.
I'm more interested in watching the streams more than participating in them. Thanks
But
anyway.
it's not just about the streams. It's about the community. You will have people to talk to about the game, people who participated in the tournament, which post the list. I have to admit a a big majority of people on Discord are just people who watch this game, you know, who watches people talk, who goes like once or twice in a week and see it's not there's no obligation to participate in live streaming or anything. Don't worry. And don't worry if you think you're bad at this game. We all are. We are learning the game at the moment. That's the point.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
The
you
game's
are
not even out
welcome.
yet. The game is not even out yet. I'm sorry if
Yep.
we're not being new player friendly with our comments and casting in general.
Don't worry. I think it's fine. We are learning just like everyone. Yeah, I
We
converted
keep
someone.
now Hugo. Who are you betting on to win this game right now from this fight?
The guy who has two heavens in hand, or the guy who has a 4/4/4 for 2 mana? Oh, but the other has a 6/6/6 for 2 mana. Well, I think from an upper perspective, you know.
Ooh, look at these hits from the Havens.
Oh well. I mean, if we're being honest, I don't give a chance to Skycrier right now.
Yeah, I agree.
But he did do some nasty things before, so I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow wins this game. And there, it could just be what's happening.
I'm confused as to why we played the shrimp though.
I think the point was to bait out Anansi.
You can't you can't play, the opponent won't play Anansi into an open Blade Dancer.
Oh yeah, yes, he could. Anansi would be 666, whereas Blade Dancer would be 444, and with the training it would be 666, but it will be a draw, which is trace favored. So
I still don't understand. Sorry. I think we're losing the only win con that we have.
oh, okay, well, okay, yeah, I see if that's the point.
We needed
But
to remove leading from the Blade Dancer.
oh yeah, by playing Blade Dancer right now, you mean?
No, I don't understand what you're saying again. What I'm saying is you play Blade Dancer first, and then you remove leading from
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's it.
But why did we don't have enough mana because we used the shroom?
Yep, and that's where I said I think Skycrier wanted to bait the Anansi. He saw Izhuark would play Anansi for 2 mana, contesting the mushroom, and he would be able to off you go it. But it didn't happen, and he was punished. And now the game is gonna be really, really hard for Skycrier. Oh, and actually I miscounted, because if the Blade Dancer had 4 boosts, then when you play it, it goes to 5, and when you play the helping hand, it goes to 7. So no, I actually don't see any reason not to have played it. Now that I think about it. Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe it was just.
I think my take was even if you get 2-0'd last turn, losing the Blade Dancer is a mistake.
Yeah, I get it, and I agree with you. But game goes on, and
Yeah, the game is
and
not over.
and
Yeah, we still
Skycrier
have.
plans. It's just that Skycrier plans right now is the same as Izhuark's plans, which means playing some little characters to bait for the opponent, to try to take expedition one by one, and then try to win the game. But that's not how it works versus Traced, which has 2 heavens. It's not gonna work. I'm sorry, Skycrier, but this is not the direction what you want to take. Like, not at all.
Yeah, absolutely. What are we seeing here? We see the off you go. We're able to like.
Oh, wow. And I didn't see it, but here he will have 4 cards in reserve.
Yeah, that is insane.
That is such a bad start for Skycrier. I mean, I don't know if keeping the Blade Dancer would have worked out that better. Certainly a bit, but here it's just gonna be hard whatever you do.
Yeah. But we understand it's getting really late and we are only casting and we're getting tired. Imagine the actual players who have to actually think about everything.
Yeah, and you say Skycray uh, was not French. Do you know where he's from? Maybe he's even late. It's even later than.
No, it's the same time zone.
It's same time zone. Okay. Because otherwise it would be like even harder.
Yeah. A little bit unfair even.
Yeah.
So we're choosing between boosting the shroom or boosting the Baba Yaga here. If you want to boost the Baba Yaga, that means that you want to make sure you don't
And
actually lose on
just
buffs.
excuse me, but am I crazy? Why doesn't have the shroom a boost at noon?
I agree with you.
Drôle de question dans le chat, mais voilà la réponse. So yeah, we are speaking English while we are French because it is the English cast, and there is another cast that is in French. So if you are a French guy watching this stream and are like for 4 hours now, like why are they speaking English? It's because there is another cast happening right now in French, an Exalts Championship.
Yeah. Yep. Now we have very scarce amount of units that we want to put boosts on. The Shroom is pretty nice, sure, but we don't have any good spells. I don't know where we're keeping the Portal. The Portal is a 4-mana card that removes a 1-mana or 2-mana card. That will never be a good trade for you this whole game. That, regardless of it being a spell or not, it's not going to be useful.
You know, in life, I'm not a pessimist one, but I can't not say that game is not over when I see what I see.
No, I think Skycrier has a chance.
Yeah. We'll keep it from the for the tension, but
No tension. It's actually
the setup is just so great for Izhuark. He has more value, more heavens,
yeah.
and this is exactly what Trace need to win game, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what's going on. Okay, he didn't resupply the card he wanted, but he still has some things to do. 1 mana resupply.
We
Oh,
can
and
hear with the. Go ahead.
yeah, you were saying?
Um, we can remove like something that we want to sabotage, like the Vanguard. I think would be a really good one to join right here, because it's value, and we see that the opponent doesn't have that much value. So I think it's the only one to sabotage really. But the best play has to be. I mean, your play this turn is Shroom into Helping Hand into Sabotage, right? And I'm not sure the Vanguard is going to be played right away. So Shroom first. You have to. That's your best play for sure. It's open
Yeah.
information, and you don't lose on any sabotage that the opponents can play to dodge your Tooth Fairy.
Yep, I agree. Your opponent is probably gonna do a 1 mana 2/3/3 into Vanguard. So by discarding the Vanguard, okay, you are not really winning, but you are less losing, I guess. And here the game is gonna be so hard. Oh wow, what? Banishing Gate? Unhaven? Okay. Okay.
We're playing for the like super long game. We're saying that this Haven is gonna be a problem later on when Trace is online. So
But we already seen what goes on when you discard a Haven, another one comes in.
yeah, it's a curse. You should never touch them. Whenever you touch
Yeah.
a Haven, they just come back.
At Magic, there are a lot of cards that looks at your opponent's hands to take a card and remove it. And so when a player, looks at his hand, removes a card, and his opponent top decks the exact same card, there is a word for that. There is an expression, which is the south-eyed bug, because the
South-eyed bug.
So size. It's the name of a card which makes this effect, and they're saying it's a bug. Like the real life is rigged. There's just a bug that makes people
Mm,
draw the card you have just taken from them.
mm.
And that's pretty much it. That's the heaven bug. When you take a heaven, another one
I
comes in.
I want a universe where we play games of Altered, and then when you lose, the opponent takes one of your uniques, like in Yu-Gi-Oh.
What? There is actually this system in Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, the anime.
Oh, in the anime, okay. Because it has been tried in Magic, you know. It was before I was even born. Like in the beginning of Magic, they added that ability that there were cards that were asking you to bet cards for the match. And
Yeah, that would be
it
fun.
did not work out at all. But
Obviously, it wouldn't work out.
but yeah, why not? Bet your Unix.
It would be like more high stakes and more like
I mean,
exciting.
you can do that with people around you. I'm sure it's gonna be doable in the foresight future.
Hmm.
Maybe some win a unique tournaments will go around.
So now we do have pretty okay cards though. The dancer is gonna be. Oh, the dancer is gonna be really good. We saw
Yep.
the sabotage, so I think Izu has the information that there's sabotage in hand. Uh, I think given the dancer 3 boosts right now, and drawing is really, really good. Really, really good.
Yep, exactly. It's it's a
This is the hope that we
nice way
needed.
to go. What do you mean?
This is the hope that we needed.
Yep. And overall the stakes that we need, because we can see even in the way the player plays, they play more slowly, they hesitate more, that they are starting to get tired, you know. It's the point of the game where they're like, is this the best? I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah. So we see the little salvager. Are we able to 2-0? We need to be able to 2-0 to actually equalize. Um, I think it's gonna be hard though. We see that Izu has 6 mana. 6 mana is a lot. We can resupply again with the other. Oh, we remove the thing that resupplies. Really good. We actually might be able to 2-0 here. Because we deplete the resources.
Yep.
And we have a Kraken. Kraken is so good against Traced, actually.
Oh yeah, and you don't have the mana right now,
Oh,
but
right, of course.
you
But
will definitely have some next turn.
yeah, we actually, the tables have turned, in my opinion.
I wouldn't be that optimistic, but the game is not that over yet.
Oh, wait, hold on. We see the other Kraken on the other side. That one is a rare version, though.
Oh,
A little bit
oh yeah,
stronger.
hell yeah.
Have the
Now
tables turned.
the game. Wait, isn't that actually the third time we've seen that Kraken? In the 3 games Izhuark played Trace, he has seen the Kraken Brass 3 times.
Yeah, and it's
That's
only a one of.
insane.
It's only a one of. That is
Uh,
actually insane. So I mean, we don't have a choice here. We have to remove the fleeting and give the boost to the shroom. Do we? Yeah.
I'm not
And
sure
then,
because either way you will have too much cards in
yeah,
reserve, so
yeah, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. But you want to move on both sides, or like try to move on both sides, right? So I guess it is better to do it on the mage sensor.
maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, either way it's gonna be hard. So who knows?
I like it on the I like putting both on the mage sensor personally.
Yeah, me too. We know that it will be mash if he does that by Martingale plus the character in reserve to be a draw and stop Skycrier from advancing, but he refuses to do that, and we will let the opportunity to his opponent to do 1 for 1.
Wait, why did the so the FNS boost went into the mage dancer and then mage dancer again +1
Okay,
from the fact that a spell was played, and then the shroom got 1 from the
okay, yeah,
helping hand.
yeah, it makes sense.
Will we be able to contest? I mean, at least on the other side, we can contest and move. Yeah, absolutely. We are running out of cards though, pretty hard. And FNS is drawing with the mage dancer. In terms of card value, we're kind of at the same level.
Yep.
The expedition lead from Trace though is pretty rough, actually.
But Izhuark is so much better in this game than his opponent.
Hmm.
I think I would remove the Kraken's Wrath from Skycrier reserves. Otherwise, your helping hand would have been useless, you know. So uh, pretty sad to pretty sad to remove the mushroom when you removed him fleeting.
Yep. Yep. I like the sabotage though. The sabotage can get rid of the Kraken. And if you get rid of the Kraken, I think your mage dancer is a lot safer in general. The problem is that you're so far behind in expeditions. It's crazy. So we'll see what they do. So we decide to put nothing into mana for Skycrier, actually, right? Unless, I mean, it would be surprising. We need a lot of mana for the Kraken, so putting stuff into mana is necessary here, actually.
Mm,
And I don't understand. Maybe we could actually put. We need the sabotage, that's for sure. We need the thing to remove the fleeting, that's for sure. The question is, do you put the disciple into mana or not? And I think you do.
I think I do, yeah, because you can do 1 mana into 2 mana, but you don't play Kraken's Wrath, but you can do like 1 mana Blade Dancer, 2 mana Sabotage, or 2 mana Sabotage if you really need to, or yeah, because you're the second player. Yeah, I think it's a mana anyway. But it's
For
a hard
sure.
decision to know how to order sequences, because if you don't play that dancer in first, you lose 2 boosts, but you also lose an opportunity to sabotage. So yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, the line of play for Skycrier is pretty simple. It's Mage Dancer into Sabotage in the Kraken, or Helping Hand, but I think it's Sabotage instead right away to see what you get from the reserve, and then you make your plays from that. The problem here is you need to find a way to 2-0 still, and I don't think you will be able to 2-0 this turn. If you 1-0 and then next turn you 2-0, that's actually fine as well. We do have deck the third Haven. Very interesting. At least we know the reassurance is that Izu won't actually 2-0 Skycrier here, at least. No matter what happens, I think. So I think you start with Sabotage. You can't start with Helping Hand. If you do, you might actually backhand right away. You have to start with the Sabotage to see what you draw from it. Oh, it's Izhuark's turn. Okay, interesting. Do we decide to resupply?
Yeah, apparently.
Which is fine. Okay, hooked. I don't think hooked will matter that much. We only have one unit on the board, and so here it's not a difficult choice. You sabotage right away. Oh my god. Okay. We decide to play the Helping Hand.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the mana to play Kraken's
Yeah,
Wrath
we don't
anyway,
have the
so...
mana I understand that, but like, why not see? You have to sabotage that anyway. So why not see what?
Well, you don't actually have to. You can just play your own Kraken Wrath.
So you wanna? So we're keeping mana for the Kraken's Wrath, basically.
I think it's what is going on. Maybe it's not the play to make, but I think it's what he was Skycrier as in mind.
The problem that I see with that is that it's open information. If it was a surprise Kraken, I understand. The fact that it's an open information means that Izu will play around it, and they have the tool to play around it by doing this, like hooked, for example. And then you're only using Kraken on 2 units, and then they will just move by playing the third unit that is also open from the reserve. So the lands of play are open. So if everyone makes the correct plays, you won't be able to play Kraken this turn. So why not just sabotage? Why not just sabotage right away and see what you get from it? Do you disagree?
I'm I'm too tired to tell.
I
All I
see.
see is, you know, I'm happy with the hooked play. It's smart. Izhuark is winning by making 1 for 1, and Skycrier doesn't have an obvious out. I mean, the best out is maybe to sabotage and hope you draw something off the top, you know, like a Blade Dancer. Is it even enough? Blade Dancer 111. It takes 3 boosts, it's not enough. What could be? I don't think he even has one. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can he go 2, 2, 2? Yeah. What can you do about it?
So yeah, it's what I said about the open play. Like we have to sabotage anyway if we assume the opponent is playing correctly, and we did assume the opponent is playing correctly. So
yeah, they are using a tabletop simulator, and I'm not sure if there is a public link yet.
no, we don't have the right to make this mod public.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Until the game comes out.
Yep, they want to wait until the official release in September. Um, and
Okay, then we probably throw away the Coppelia. I mean, I don't know why we're giving it the fleeting boost. Okay. So Izhu only needs to move once. The Kraken is a very, very, very good card. Very, very good card. Got it. We did remove the Kraken from Kraken's Wrath from Izu's side. Interesting. The reason why Kraken is good is because Skycrier is playing first. Skycrier playing first. You have a lot of small cards, so you can actually tempo the Kraken out and then use it on the 1 or 2 units that FNS usually only plays per turn. And if you do that, you will guarantee that you will move in one, at least one expedition. So I find it very interesting that we decided to discard the Kraken. But maybe the strategy is to actually play small units, force them to use the Kraken, and then play a final unit, and then you advance with that final unit. Because even if Skycrier 2 O's, I mean, not 2 O's, the spot where they advance twice, so Skycrier advances twice, and Izu advances once, we are winning in that exchange. So maybe they want to play small units and then win with the last small unit by advancing once.
yeah, that's the thing. I think. Skycrier is still up because of the Blade Dancer and the dance and the other dancer actually. So kind of funny that he can still play. He can still go over, try to go over the top of his opponent. So Yem, what is he thinking about?
Which
What
one?
card he what card he plays first? I mean it is actually important because that Blade Dancer can take a lot more counters than Blade Dancer. Like Blade Dancer, it's gonna be 1 counter per 1. Uh, the other is gonna be 2 per 2. So it's a big pressure. You basically force your opponent to play on the side you want him to play. And here it's on the companion side. And wait a minute, isn't that the third heaven? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it's been a while
He,
though.
the 3, yeah, but I just tilted now that the other, the first one was discarded. So, So actually, on the three games, he saw the three heavens. Yeah, of course, he sees a lot of cards, but yeah, no game was the heaven on the last five cards.
I mean, here we just played the Blade Dancer on the right side. Yep. Because we have to contest on that side as well. And we can tempo. We can play everything from our hand. We actually will be able to survive this turn. And we decide
yes, he will.
to resupply to a high roll and Amelia. Izhuark. Then
That's
I think it would.
surprising. I mean, he had that 6/6 in the exact right biomes, and he decided to resupply.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Why
The
doing
problem is,
that?
yeah, I don't really understand. Because the problem is you also run into the risk of just having a card that does nothing
Yeah,
for this
what if he
spot.
found like a foundry mechanic, or I don't know, hooks, mechanical training. It's not bad card, but not that great.
Mm. So we disperse the 2 boosts everywhere, basically. So far, we still have mana for Kraken that we can use on everything, and Izu has to play a unit right now. I'm surprised we didn't do Trace right away.
Il met le Anansi en réserve.
Why are you talking in
C'est
French?
une carte En fait, Anansi en réserve, il gagne un boost de moins, parce que du coup, ça veut dire que il ne voit pas la carte que tu as mise en réserve.
Why
Mais
are you
par
talking
contre,
in French?
il prend deux boosts de plus parce qu'il y a les Haven. Donc ouais, ça met un sacré coup de poing.
Why are you commenting in French?
Ah merde, my bad. Sorry. I went out of the... I completely
Interesting.
forgot. Sorry,
Okay,
just
we play the
silent.
Anansi, the big Anansi on the other side. We only need to win to advance one. So I'm surprised we played the Anansi right there. I think that Skycrier has to play the Kraken on all those three.
He
We have
can't
enough
play
to
on
play
the
on two.
tree.
Yes, we. So it's because
No,
Amelia
it's...
costs 3 from hand
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, yeah.
So you just play on Anansi and
Yeah,
the
Anansi
bigger.
and Amelia, and it's still going
You
to
can't.
be enough.
You can't do Anansi and Amelia. It's 6. You only have the Kraken at 5.
No, Kraken is a 6. Oh no, it's the common one. Oh yeah, it's not the rare. Well, he can do just a Lovelace and an Anansi still, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you
And
kind of have to do it now.
yeah, if he wants to do it, but maybe he just want to sleep Anansi. That's probably what's going to happen because he doesn't really have the choice. For the decklist, you can find them on the Discord that we sent earlier. I can send it again. How do I copy? Hop, hop. Here it is. So that's the Discord link, you will find the deck list on the Championship deck list channel. Not hard to find.
Okay, what do we see? We see that we sleeve the Anansi instead of using the Kraken. Why? I actually don't know. Maybe we want to keep the Kraken for next turn.
No,
But
no,
the
it's
problem,
because Kraken's Wrath wasn't enough.
but we could use Kraken and then sleep something that is not as big as the Anansi.
Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe he's afraid that his opponent has something else to play that is at least as big as an NC, like a second NC or something like that.
The only big thing that could drop is something from the reserve, and the reserve is open. And the Coppelia is not as big as the Anansi.
Yeah, we would have to do the stats, and I don't. I can't really right now.
I did the stat, it's not as big. We're keeping a 5-5-5 on the board instead of keeping a 4-4-2 on the board.
Maybe he could just have waited anyway. There's nothing as big as NNC to be played, and nothing that will be catch better. Yeah, I agree. He should have waited. And it could have baited his opponent to.
Yeah, I think so too. We are thinking on Izhu's side about um
Taking
what
some
to play.
time to think about it.
Do we? Okay.
To not miss the shot. And yeah, does that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, count is right. So Kraken's Wrath on Amalia and that. Leaving up only Lovelace, which is a 3-4-3, but he doesn't advance in Mountain anyway, and it's a 4-4-4 in front, so yeah. That's. I think that's the only survival spot for Skycrier.
I mm,
Because otherwise, he would
we would
have.
have just done the exact same. We would have just instead of cracking the Amelia, we crackened the Anansi, and then we crackened the Coppelia.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's one more stat that could really be game changer.
Wait, the meditation training is actually really good.
Oh.
Because you anchor something, we go to tiebreaker, you win on tiebreaker because you have something anchored. That is that big.
Unless Izhuark actually wins on both sides,
That's actually not
which
possible.
will be probably too hard to do. But wait, when did he draw the meditation training?
Right now, but I don't know why we drew before, but like before we removed the reserve. But also I don't understand
Yes.
why that mage sensor is not going into the discard. It has fleeting.
Yeah, some weird thing happening. I think they are not doing the things in the right sense, but in vocal they must be like, oh yeah, I'm doing that, I'm doing that. That's it. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just straight up cheating, but I don't think so.
Mm,
Forgot one card was fleeting, and it's just like, oh, I remember that, and that's it.
oh wait, the draw was not from. What was the draw from? Why did we draw two? Maybe the
Am I
Baba Yaga
that
was?
tired? Did he already have the cards in hand? Did he
No, we
draw
drew. No,
twice?
we drew one from the Mage Dancer. That I understand. How did we draw two?
Yes, two mage dancer. I don't know. Maybe he missed. Maybe he had
Yeah.
the Baba Yaga in hand.
Hmm.
I have to say this is pretty disturbing. But
I feel like the last best of three was so the last match like yesterday, no Monday, it's Monday, was so clean. Both players played so incredibly clean. Not a single misplay. The the games were like there's no like miscounting or anything. And I feel like tonight was a little bit more of a honestly a little bit messy
yeah,
in terms of forgetting things to do and in terms of misplays in general. But that's fine. I feel like maybe just people are a little bit more tired today, and that's like fine. I
yeah,
think.
yeah. Well, that's the difference between playing 3 games of Altered and playing 5 games of Altered. You can see it's really tiring to play that much. And fortunately, competitive format won't be best of 5.
Unfortunately,
Oh, I'm I'm not sure about that.
I think it should be best of two, like Lorcana, and I think you should be one deck, and you play a
Yeah,
match
well,
when you start first, and you play a match when the opponent starts first.
yeah, it's probably gonna be something like that. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I know you're saying like, oh, he knows. He's no. I just don't know. But we can guess it's gonna be something not that far from that. Oh, but wait. Maybe Baba Yaga was drawn last turn using the 1 mana draw, and we didn't see it. Now that I think about it, because he
Hmm.
was already out of mana.
Hmm.
No, or something like that.
I don't think so.
Have to check the replay, but yeah.
That's fine. We have enough mana for um Baba Yaga into meditation training into off you go. Or you could do double off you go into meditation training, which is probably better. The question here is, are you actually gonna get 2-0'd? Because so far, Izhu's playing has only spent 3 mana, like literally, on 7 billion stats.
And, if it's not it, then it's how it feels.
Yeah. However, the cards from the hand are a lot weaker. Anansi does not exist. Amelia is horrible from hand. And the Vanguard is actually fine. It's the only card that's actually okay from hand.
It's all gonna be about, do you get to the overtime? If you get to the overtime, then Izhuark has a great hand and will have great card in reserve. But
I agree with the anchored here. It's necessary. You even if you contest and if you win and you go to tiebreaker, but you don't have the Blade Dancer, you lose because it has fleeting. So you need to.
so much plus one boss. Sorry, but I sorry, I was just disturbed by the fact that breakdancer adds so much plus one boost.
Yeah.
But yeah, you are entirely right. The anchoring is mandatory if you want to have a chance during the end game,
Mm.
because you know that your opponent is gonna be playing 6/6/6 for 2 manas or things like that. So if you don't have your own way to do unfair thing, it's not gonna go well for you.
Do we actually lose here? Do we get to 2 odd? No shots. If you double up, you
He has the off you go, which
But the
will
problem with
probably
if you
save
go
you.
is you're sending cheap cards. Like if you send back Ada, she'll just put an Amelia in the in the. Oh, I guess Ada has fleeting.
No, it has a fleeting. They forgot to put fleeting.
Okay, and it does make sense then. Then you can just put back the Amelia.
But you can just off you go, and force your opponent to do something that won't work.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yep, and you're right.
If you go in Amelia,
I wonder if he could like now he's winning. Okay, if Izhuark passes, I think the best thing to do is to off you go Anansi or something like that. Like Izhuark is forced to play something uh, side by side with this Anansi, because otherwise Skycrier can just send Anansi in reserve and 1-0 and win the game. Oh, but they come back. Why? What?
yeah, it makes more sense to send the Amelia, the Ada, Lovelace, to remove what?
What is going on? What? Excuse me, what? Do you understand what is going on?
No,
Why did one card from Izhuark's hand disappear? Am I crazy? I might actually be. But well, whatever. Amalia or the other was kind of the same because they're in Mono Mountain,
yeah.
but it doesn't change. Doesn't change anything. And yeah, he is forced to play that Anansi. Otherwise, he would lose on the spot. But here, well, we are at the point where knowing that you can do cast a spell without target can be good. Well, it doesn't change a lot of things. Either way, you're just gonna play 3 mana, get 5 card, puts a boost. And actually, Skycrier has some great chance to come back. It's gonna be
I like
hard. It's gonna be tough, but he's not dead yet.
I like his play, by the way. Putting double anchored. I don't know why we put double anchored, but um, putting anchored on using the deep med right now just to give the boost. The not deep meditation training to give one boost to the thing, and keeping off you go for next round is actually really really good because off you go is a lot more useful than anchoring on next turn. So that's gonna be good. We don't have to do all that. Just play it again. Bro,
What is going on for
just
the
play it. Just play the
last?
game. Just play the game.
They're putting the. What is going on here?
Who's
Oh,
the
they are
blue hands? The
hiding.
blue hand is drunk.
They are hiding one side so they can count on the same. I get it now. I get it. And no, to I don't know if that is what you answered.
Mm.
Why the two answer and two anchor does not work because it's a state, it's not a counter. So nope, sorry. Oh, and
Just let me.
Flamel is actively good, isn't it? I think I put Baba Yaga as a mana and keep Flamel.
What do you do?
I think I put that Baba Yaga as a mana and I keep Flamel in hand because Flamel can just
I agree.
win the game, you
I
know.
agree because you can recall the sleep and play it.
Yep.
You put Baba Yaga for sure, please. The players are just thinking about what to put into their mana. It's gonna take a while. I think it's the last important turn. I'm gonna go grab a drink, as in water.
Yeah, you can. You can. Okay, so taking the time. I think Skycrier will start by Blade Dancer, uh, Spell Dancer. Spell Dancer is just the best play you can do. You know that Flamel could return something else if you need to, so just start with the stats and then you see what's going on. Okay, so he drew off Traced, and he has um he has some card in hand. Izhuark is gonna fight, and he's gonna do that very well. And he makes the choice of playing that Kellan Elemental first for the Anansi to get one additional boost. Now we know what his turn is gonna be. It's gonna be Anansi, Amelia, and that's gonna be a lot of stats. But will it be again enough against the spells? Oh, wow! Is he sure he does that? It's quite. Okay, yeah, he sure the math goes the same side.
I am back. I am back.
Hey,
Okay.
well,
What has been going on? I see a lot of cards.
well, Izhuark used Traced, found Kellan Elemental, played it, put his hand into reserve, and now he's gonna play a Salvager so he can turn around his opponent's card. His opponent's removals must of all. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
What did we use Flamel on? What did we recall? Off you go?
And off you go, yes. I think it's the good idea. Because either way the math goes the same way. You have 5
Sure.
mana, you can play only one each. So it doesn't really matter. He's gonna sleep that 3/3, puts put some boosts, and yeah, Skycrier putting 2+1 boost instead of 1+2 boost just for the psychological ascendant.
Can someone do some quick math? Are we winning?
I'm too tired for that. I let player play the cards, and we'll see at the end if 2 Anansies are enough to win.
We might would win. It's too big. The Anansi is too big. It's like
Anansi is gonna
a
be 6.
6/6/6.
The first one is gonna be 6/6/6.
And the other one is a
Second one
5/5/5.
5/5/5. So it's
Yeah, it's for
11.
sure annoying.
And 11 is not enough. So if we did the math correctly, it's not winning.
Oh.
What a game!
So Sky wins.
Because he's asleep, the other is asleep, so it's not enough. So yeah, Skycrier is winning the game against the odds. That's crazy. That was a nasty match. I have to say it. The match was crazy. It went onto the 5th game, onto the last land of the last game, and I think we can say it. We can say Skycrier is the winner of the championship, of the Exalts Championship. I don't know what he was the winner of to qualify. I don't know when he qualified, if you know it. But it's crazy. He went a long road, I guess, and his choice of decks went really well, because we have seen in this tournament a lot of Axiom and a lot of oldies. They were like Sigismar, Subash, like we see in Trace, those kind of things. But he went on with Bazira and Athanas and won the tournament. So very very well played for him. Maybe we'll be able to get him on a vocal. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
Because
we'll see.
Aran talked to me about, yep, exactly. So yeah, we will be able to interview Skycrier. Oh, he's here on the chat. We'll play, dude. He's here on the chat. We'll play, dude. Oh,
Wait, what's
I hear
going on?
myself in the book.
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Hello.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep,
you're
we
a little
hear
loud,
you.
but I can.
And we are not
Okay, I mean,
anymore in echo. I will just check if we hear you on the stream. Do we?
Do we?
I turned
It,
off the stream now, so maybe that's why the echo was here.
Yeah, we can hear
yep,
you.
yep,
We
yep.
can hear you.
And we
Oh,
hear you
perfect.
on the chat. It's perfect. I just wanted to be sure people could hear you. It
Yeah.
would be weird other way.
So,
So
congratulations on the win.
yeah.
That was really well played. I'm surprised that you guys held out with all the fatigue and playing so late and stuff. So
Yeah,
that's
thanks a lot. I mean, this fifth game was, I mean, even the fourth one, we were already very tired. Like this fifth one was also, like, I'm surprised there were not more misplays than what there were. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, but we saw you both played, I have to say, good when we know that it's midnight pass. I don't know where you're from, if you're on the same time zone, but here it's 40
Yeah, yeah.
past midnight. So yeah, what a test, an endurance test, you know. And you
Yeah.
manage to play it on the fifth game, on the overtime of the fifth game with Afanas. So I was talking about it, but I think you won pretty much against the odds. Your decklist choices, your the fact that you came from the lower bracket with decks pretty outsider decks, I have to say it. Did you manage to build those lists all alone, or did you work with other people of the Discord, for example?
Uh, I think my Afanas and my Basir lists, I built them on my own. It's the two heroes I won the third league with. I saw you ask this on the stream, so I won the third league and then I qualified for this tournament. So then I felt like I don't even need to play the fourth league. And then actually for the fourth league, I prepared a lot. I mean, I didn't prepare for me, but I helped a lot my good friend Izhuark for the fourth league, and then he actually won the fourth league. So I'm very happy that in the end the two of us
What
were
a
in the
beautiful
grand final.
story! That is,
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know about it, but it's even better. It's like, I mean, just seeing you both in the final was kind of a win for you both, right?
Yeah, definitely, because he also predicted that the two of us would be in the final. But I honestly didn't expect that this would happen. I mean, I know we're great players, but everybody else in the top eight. I mean, even the players who didn't qualify but were in the top eight of the leagues are some crazy good players. Like everybody, I feel who was top eight in any of the leagues, he had some card game background, like Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, or something else, and these here were like the eight, like the best of the best, so like you can lose against anyone, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
and
We can see
I
that.
didn't.
So
Yeah, I didn't. No, go on.
did you play another card game before Altered?
I played some. I played a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh. I played like this is when I was a kid, pretty much. So I can't really say like I enjoyed it very much, but I wasn't very competitive. And the
Okay.
only game I played, I would say more competitively, is Gwent actually. So I play
Oh,
it's an online card game, but still like the strategy and like deck building is where I got it from. And I think I'm the only player in these leagues that actually exploited the conquest format the most. And
okay.
that all comes from my background in Gwent, because I always build decks that counter the same thing. So essentially here I knew, like, I need to beat Trace 3 times, and it's the same like when I played against Dandy, when I played against other players. Like I just have to counter, like I find one of their decks that doesn't have enough removal to counter my Mage Dancer, my Atlas, my Robin Hood, and then I can just trio this deck. And that's kind of which idea I had in mind when I was preparing the decks as well.
Well, well played once again.
Nice.
You dealt very well with it. So, do you want to add something, Kevin?
I,
Uh, if I had any more questions, you mean?
Yeah, I think
No.
you didn't talk a lot.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're into Conquest. Conquest is also my favorite format. I think targeting a single deck is very important. I prefer Conquest with a ban, but it's kind of the same vibe in terms of preparing for a lineup. So that's really cool.
yeah,
Um,
I
are
think maybe
you?
doing a ban here would be even better, because we would have shorter games and more Waru would be banned, right? But
Yeah,
yeah,
out of the three decks that you brought, which one is your favorite and which one is your least favorite?
I mean, I Uh, I mean, it's an easy answer for me. Like, Afanas is my favorite deck. It's just like the crazy games that I've managed to pull off. Like this last game here, I feel a large misplay when I got the Kraken's Rat. I didn't figure out I could play the Disciple. So I had a turn where I could play Mage Dancer, Helping Hand, Disciple, and Kraken, and this would give me a 2-0. But I just didn't do the math correctly, and I thought like I couldn't play Disciple anyway, so I just managed him.
Hmm.
And then like I thought this cost me the game, but then somehow I still managed to come back. Like this is like the crazy things Afanas can pull off, like anchoring a 999 out of the blue for like the last turn. Like which deck can do this? So I mean, it's definitely my favorite.
That's really cool. Okay, okay, very nice.
And I would have to say, like, I don't know which one is my least favorite. Like I do enjoy playing Varu. I think it's a very skillful deck. I just don't enjoy like playing into Waru. So I would like that Waru isn't so oppressive, surely, like or just Robin Hood pretty much. But it is what it is. So I enjoy, like, Basira is not very enjoyable if you're playing into a lot of removal and sabotage. I have
Hmm.
to say that. So here it was like the Basira game, like Izu doesn't have a single sabotage, and he has just the one Kraken's Rat. So it was a bit easier to play it, but against a lot of sabotage and removal, it's very hard and not
Okay,
enjoyable.
okay. And I had one question, one maybe last question. I don't know if you want to add something afterward, Kevin, but that comes into my mind. Do you think the actual meta on the release of the game will be something close to what you played in that tournament? We have seen lots. Well, in the advert, there is a lot of hero we didn't see in the tournament. Um, do you expect them not to be present at all? Do you expect some? Did you expected like some hero that didn't come out or things like that?
I think honestly, the meta is definitely can be more diverse than what we've seen here. So I think a lot of other heroes, like we saw only one Kojo, from Kieran Lee, and that deck is also great. Honestly, it has a 9 sabotage, I believe. It's pretty strong against Basira. It like has intimidation. So I think we only saw one Kojo, but I think it's a much stronger deck than it looks. I also think we didn't see any Arjun, I didn't have time to really test anything related to Muna, because my idea is like I counter Muna. I don't want to play Muna, so I'm countering his decks and have little removal. But I think Sokoi showed he's the only one who brought Teja, and I mean got the bronze medal. He's third, and he could have easily been second or first. I think his Teja is great. It's the best deck against Waru out of the decks in this tournament. So there is definitely more there. Like we didn't see any Lyra decks. Maybe Jolly brought one, but I think there's a lot of decks that could be discovered. I'm just afraid that a very competitive meta would settle into a lot of like Varu. And if there's a lot of Varu, then you can't really play anything. You can only play things that are good into Varu, and then this will like make the meta, I would say, less diverse. But if we don't see that much Varu, then I think almost everything is playable, and especially with uniques, right? Because uniques can like you can add three uniques that kind of like fix the weaknesses of your deck. Like you can add permanent removal, you can get anchored characters, you can get, so I hope it's gonna be like this.
Yeah, yeah, it sure will. And the fact that on paper we won't play. I know you talked just before of how much you like the conquest, but the fact that we play only one deck makes the meta less how to say it more diverse, because people who will only play Waru will know that there are matchups like you just mentioned it, Teja, which will be really hard, and maybe Teja will become actually the meta, so Waru will go down. So yeah, it will be interesting to follow that, and hear him chat people in the chat. I know lots of people asked how do we beat Waru? Well, play some Friend of Nature, and you're also making me happy by talking about Kojo and Buddha and Arjun and Spike. I appreciate those heroes a lot, and yeah, I was pretty sad not seeing any of them in the tournament, but everything comes at one point. So I guess we will see them later. Maybe you can talk about. Sorry, I'm detaining you, but it's already late. But I want
No, no, no,
to
it's
speak.
okay. I love
Okay,
having a chance to talk about this. Like
okay. Well,
I honestly.
I'm very happy about it then. Did you both some cards, some physical cards yet or not?
No, I don't have any cards yet. So I am from Serbia. It's in Europe, but I actually didn't hear about Altered before the Kickstarter ended. So I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
actually
Thanks for
order
the
any.
raid, by the way.
Oh yeah, all
Welcome
the
everyone
French cast people going
coming
just
here.
while we are talking with you. So thanks for everyone going onto the chat. We are actually so I am Paulo Daspico, the caster, with Kuvy.
Hi.
You didn't see us tonight because you were with French people, and
Hey,
we
day
are.
two. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And we are actually in a vocal with the winner of the tournament, so Skycrier. So once again, well played. And maybe in the chat you can say to him how how well,
Yeah,
and just congrats once
everyone
again.
say congratulations, and if anyone has any questions, maybe quickly. Skycrier is probably a little bit tired, as we all are, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely tired, but I'll gladly answer some questions.
if you guys have any questions, yeah.
Yeah, people in the chat. If you want to say something, if people of the French cast had questions
Yeah.
to ask,
Uh,
maybe we can
uh,
ask the simple question. So, what do you think Unix will bring to competitive play?
Before like this is honestly a very hard question.
Yeah, I
I'll try
know.
to answer it later, but I see Guardian asks me, did I have any sweat at 02? And I just want to say,
Oh
like,
yeah.
after I lost to like Subhash, I pretty much knew like Varu will get a win against me. Like I can play the Varu mirror, maybe I lose, maybe I win. It's close to 50-50, but like he's gonna win Varu versus Basira anyway. Like and Varu versus Afanas, it's like probably a 60-40 or a 70-30. So then I choose to play Basira second because I'm the second player. And then if he plays Traced, I get the matchup that I want. So I get the Basira versus Traced, which is my weakest matchup versus Traced as the second player. This is very important because like I know I'm supposed to beat Traced 3 times, and when I'm playing Var versus Traced, obviously always I want to be second, but Var versus Traced I should win no matter which player I am. Afanas versus Traced, I have a better shot than the Basira versus Traced, so that's why I was like, I'm happy to lose Basira versus Varu if he goes Varu, but I really wanna get the Varu like the Basira second versus Traced. So that's kind of why I kind of sacrificed that second game. Like when I saw it's Varu, I'm like, it's okay, I'm gonna lose. But then hopefully I win the Basira versus Trace, and then I can come back from this.
Wow.
So so,
Nice,
so that was
nice.
my yeah. And then when he like this sounded great in my head, and then when he locked in Varu and started like beating the crap out of me in the second game, that's when I did start sweating, and I was like, I'm not sure if this was the correct choice. Yeah.
Oh
But,
yeah, we can guess it, but you it actually worked out very well because you did 3-0 traced.
yeah.
So so yeah,
Important that
what
I
a
was
nice
second.
run.
Yeah, it was important that I was second in Basira versus Trace because if I was first, I would just win one expedition, and this way I win two. I mean, I win and block him, and this I think made probably a difference in the end. It was very close, so I think it did actually matter. So I think yeah, that's
Yeah,
pretty much the answer to
Okay, well
this.
that's great to hear and to see what kind of of strategies you can have in that kind of format which adds a really deeper understanding of the matchups of what you want to
Yeah,
do and what you don't and you did correctly and your guess was correct so yeah
yeah, yeah.
that's an impressive thing to hear you know.
we
And
did
there's
ask Sky more questions earlier when you guys were in the French
okay.
stream. So if you wanna like hear about them, you can just rewatch the end of the VOD, and you will see all the questions that Sky answered, like favorite deck out of the three, least favorite, stuff like that.
Yeah. So I see a question. Is Afanas the best hero? Like, I mean, it's definitely not the best, but like if I compete in like best of one tournaments with one deck, I don't see honestly like especially after this tournament and after this fifth game, I don't really see me playing any other deck, and I'm very happy for for the uniques because it will like spice it up in Afanas even more, I feel. So
Okay.
So I see one question in the chat. In this format, can you target one deck on the lineup? You can target one deck on the lineup. What do you think about competitive best of one?
yeah, that's kind of like that's a big difference than Conquest, right? In Conquest, exactly what you said and what I said, I would target like one type of deck. So, for example, Izu also did something like he didn't bring any removal. He just brought extremely aggressive decks, all three of them, and then he's like, I'm gonna beat the other trace. Like he's gonna beat the other trace decks that are bringing removal because this removal is useless in the mirror, right? So he just brought and that's also good. And I went the completely opposite way, bringing greedy decks that want to face someone without removal. But in a best of one setting, I think you would be best to bring some deck that's more versatile. So like if you're gonna play large tournaments where you have a Swiss format and need to win 7 games, it's I wouldn't suggest like bringing Basira doesn't seem the best option. That's what I feel now. But obviously maybe the Basira deck can be built better and then it's more versatile. But I believe my Afanas is versatile. Like even against removal, you can somehow manage to like squeeze out a win or something. So that's what I would bring. But like the most versatile decks will be the best. So Trace will be great, Var will be great, as we saw here. Like Siggy will be great. Like anything that's very versatile will be great. So
Okay,
that's my
that's a great point. Like for example, what you said remind me that you do not play any red in Basira. I know I have a friend who is a huge fan of Basira, and he always plays the rare red, which is so 2/2 for 2/3, and at dusk if it has 3 or more boosts, it draws you a card. Did you see the cards? Did you consider
Mhm.
it?
I obviously yeah, I considered everything, uh, and I just in some testing that I played, I felt that the Pathfinder, the rare Pathfinder, is better. So that's
Okay.
what I felt before the tournament because sometimes you get the use that you pay 4 mana for the Pathfinder and boost yourself, and also Pathfinder 2 mana for the tree stats. Like the 0/3/3 is a lot better than the 3 mana for the like 2/2/2. But I have to say, like after playing some tournament Basira games, I would honestly put at least 2 rare red. So I'm now I didn't get to play it right, but I'm now a red believer. So I would change my deck a bit up and would definitely add red. And I also think regarding the Basira deck, I think my Basira deck is the best in the tournament. And I think one huge difference that I had is I'm running like I'm running all 6 rare Jins. So I think
Oh yeah,
Basira
yeah,
really needs card draw, and like the rare Jin, like the large one, right, is crazy
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, and you can also have some shenanigans with removing fleeting from it and continuing to draw more and more. And also, other than like usually in Kojo, the card can get sabotaged and you're very sad. But in Basira, if he's sabotaged, you're not really that sad because then Atlas, Blade Dancer, like Pathfinder, they will not get sabotaged. So, like, I feel it's kind of like a must-have of running Tree of. But I would also consider running red as well for more card draw. Like that's my take on Basira at least.
Okay, that's interesting. Um, so do you want to add something else?
Uh,
Did you have something you wanted to talk about?
Tell everyone, the people who stayed. I don't see any questions in chat, but
Yeah, I mean, I think it was honestly a great tournament. I very much enjoyed the leagues, and obviously like this final tournament here. I remember when I found about Alter, the first league already started, and then I just like felt like I'll try it, and then like second league, I actually managed to qualify for top 8. And then third league, I actually like prepared this Basira Afana strategy and won the league. So like step by step, I think I came I came to like the top this final tournament, and now like through the losers bracket to the final. So I'm very like happy how it all went. So
Nice.
congrats again.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Mm.
And hopefully we see you in more tournaments and we get to cast your games again or personally play against you. That would be
sure,
great.
yeah, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to.
Competitive in the soul. And I
Uh,
see one last interesting question. So you talked to us about your geography, but do you think you will come to Angers in France in beginning of October for the first big tournament of Altered?
well, until recently, I was thinking I won't make it, uh, because I don't live in France.
Yeah.
But now I mean I'm considering to come, so I hope I will be there.
Oh,
So
that's nice.
Well,
I hope you will too, and we can see each other. I think a lot of people in the community would be really happy to see the winner, and basically everyone in the community. We didn't say it, but well played to Izhuark too, because even though he
thanks.
lost in the finals, he did make it into top two. And just to remind people in the chat, there was a little prize to this tournament, which are custom um, custom. I'm losing my words. How
Playmats. Custom
play
playmats
mats?
are basically signed by Regis, the maker of the game. I mean, the maker, the founder of the game. Yeah, those are the prizes for the winner.
Yep,
So yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
thanks, Skycrier.
yeah,
Yeah.
and we will also get some uniques, I think. The
Yeah,
founder of Exalts will have to chip in and give us some uniques. So, I mean, it's not like the rewards are great, but I think all of us here in here are for like the joy of competition and for like I guess the glory of it all. This is like the most important thing I think for all of us. Yeah, yeah. As we see in
absolutely.
the chat, yeah, two exclusive cards for me and one for Izu. Yeah. So
Well,
so
that is great. I am very
That is
happy that this tournament has taken place. I'm happy to have taken part of the tournament as a caster, and seeing everything going on like that in the community is really nice. So
yeah. I
thanks
just want to put
again.
one last thing. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
another shout out to Izu. Izu and me, I think it was the first league. So I think it's like 5 months ago or something. We just played a random game in the Exalts League, and then we started discussing stuff. And then we kind of like I think after this league or maybe just soon we wanted to create a team. So we decided to create a team, like an alter team, right? That was called the Covenant, and pretty much the Izu and me are the founders of the Covenant. And then later on, we recruited more and more players that we met in the league that seemed our crazy good deck builders and players. And then there were 7 of us, and now we are all like members of the Exalts. We decided to merge with Exalts as it's like a even larger community, and there's no need to like split into two teams and stuff. There will be like more than enough competition for the whole Exalts. But it's kind of like maybe funny, maybe it's a fairy tale story that like the two of us who were the founders of the Covenant are actually the two who are in the final. So just wanted to put this out there.
Well, that is one beautiful story. I have to say it.
Yeah, that's it. I won't keep people awake anymore. So,
Okay, okay. No worries, no worries. It's fine. We're here to hear you. So
People are congratulating for the win in chat. And yeah, if you have nothing else to say, this should be the end of the little English stream.
yeah, thanks for having the English stream for the finals. I think I know it's hard to find casters for both French and English, and then we needed to have both a referee and someone to host the game. So there's a lot of people involved. So again, thanks to the Exalts, to everyone who like organized the tournament. It was a lot of work to organize all of these tournaments and organize all of these streams and great commentators. Thanks to Polo and Kuvi and and just like I'm happy that all of this like this whole tournament was at this very high level, I think. So
yeah,
last
exactly. I was about to thank to everyone. So everyone who took part of the tournament, everyone who organized the tournament. I arrived really early, no, really late in the tournament. Thanks a lot for Kuvi to have been there tonight to cast with me. It was really nice. I hope you enjoyed it too. And thanks to the chat, to the few people who were here, who heard us speaking the best English I could. And and that's it for me. Kuvi, one last word.
Stay exalted. There you go. I hope Kyoku is still in the chat.
Perfect. So see you later another time, and bye bye everyone.
Bye bye.
Good night. Bye.
Good night.